birthday coming up. Let's commence. So good evening, ladies and gentlemen here this evening, and those who might be joining us from home. I'm going to call to order the special meeting of the Planning and Transportation Commission of the City of San Carlos for the 7th of June, We have no commissioners joining by teleconference, and so there are no outstanding issues with regard to teleconference requests. And with that, would you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. A roll call, please.
Commissioner Garvey?
Present.
Vice Chair Clements?
Present.
Chair Iacoponi?
Present.
And Commissioners Castaneda and Roof are excused.
Very good. Thank you. We have, just for everyone who might be following from home, we have a number of items on the agenda tonight, and we'll get to item number 5, public comment, here in just a second. But our first item, item number 7, is going to be a study session regarding SB 9 unit regulations. We convened early because we expect to spend some time on that. And then we also have 2 longer items afterward, 3 longer items afterward. So we'll go from now until maybe 6:35 or so, and then we'll be taking a recess for a dinner break, and then we'll be rejoining at 7. So if you're joining for the items later on in the evening, 8A or 8B or 9A, expect that we'll start those at 7 p.m. Thank you very much. And so with that, item number 5 is our opportunity for public comment. Public comment is limited to items not on the agenda. The Commission may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed as allowed by the Brown Act, Government Code Section 54954.2. However, the Commission's general policy is to refer items to staff for attention or have the matter placed on a future Commission agenda for more comprehensive action or report. We have one request for comment here during public comment, and Ricky Cruz, if you'd like to come on up. Yeah, right there to the podium. And
217. And tonight I just want to take some time to voice about labor standards that should be presented to the working class. And those are including health and retirement benefits, prevailing wage, and apprenticeship. Construction workers deserve to earn a fair wage with said benefits to allow them and their families a chance to thrive and prosper. And it's a sad fact that over 50% of all construction workers are on some type of financial aid. And this goes in hand with having to finance between 4 and 5 hours of commute time daily. And local opportunities give workers not only economic strength, but time back with their families and the pride to be able to point at projects locally in town and say, I built that. And our commitment to apprenticeship makes it to where we continue to have a trained and experienced workforce that's able to complete high quality projects in a safe and timely manner. And it also ensures that we continue to evolve with the ever-changing conditions of construction. And this also provides an opportunity for a career path for all men and women who have or will go through our apprenticeship in the near future. And I'd just like to enunciate that a career path, not just a job, is presented through our apprenticeship. And construction workers are excited to have a chance to revitalize their community and to have these labor standards honored and to really invest in the community more than just local hiring opportunities, and to be able to continue to have local opportunities presented to them. And I just want to say thank you again for your guys' time and hearing for my public comment, and thank you and have a good evening.
Great. Thank you very much for coming tonight and speaking. And Lynette, are there any hands raised for public comment?
There are no hands raised at the moment.
Okay, very good. We will move on to item number 6 on our agenda, approval of minutes. The packet suggested that we were going to review and approve 2 sets of minutes. We're tonight going to focus on the May 15th, and we'll get a chance to review when the public has also had a chance to look at the minutes from the 3rd of May. So, colleagues, any amendments, comments to the May 15th? Vice Chair?
Thank you, Chair. No, I have no comments or amendments, and so if my colleagues also do not, I'd like to move that we approve the minutes from the Planning and Transportation Commission meeting
Fine.
of May 15th, 2023.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Garvey,
Yes.
Vice Chair Clements,
Yes.
and Chair Iacoponi.
Yes. Very good. So now to our item number 7, which is a study session regarding Senate Bill 9 and the regulations that the city is examining regarding the development of special units under that SB 9 regulation code. And I think we have a staff presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. Andrea Martisich, Assistant Community Development Director. The first item before you this evening, as you mentioned, is a study session for SB 9 housing units. I wanted to briefly go over for our audience, this has been in front of you several times, but just do a brief recap of what SB 9 means when we refer to that. SB 9 refers to Senate Bill 9, also known as the California Home Act, which was signed into law in 2021 and became effective January 1st in 2022. SB 9 grants approval of one of 2 things, either a one-time 2-lot subdivision and subsequent development of 2 units on each of those lots, or a development of 4 units on an existing lot that is not subdivided. And in either of these cases, it is required that cities approve these applications ministerially, which means if the applications meet the requirements, they must be approved. They cannot be denied. I did also want to just add a little bit to this. As we've been discussing these in accessory dwelling units, which have also been under study recently, I really wanted to point out that these SB 9 units are more like duplex units. So accessory units really are accessory to the main house, meaning, they're definitely smaller than the main house for the most part, and they're not, I wouldn't say on equal standing in terms of like the massing and how they look. And sometimes these have been used interchangeably with SB 9. And while SB 9 units could be smaller like accessory dwelling units, the intent is really that they are primary units as well. So I just wanted to point that out as well. In terms of the background, just to give a brief history, the city passed an urgency ordinance when this law first came out in January of 2022. And that ordinance was passed and adopted in order to ensure that the development of SB 9 projects would be as compatible as possible with existing single-family neighborhoods and still remain consistent with state law. That urgency ordinance was extended in February of that year, and then most recently in November of 2022, the City Council approved the extension of SB 9, the urgency ordinance, to expire in December 2023 of this year. And the reason for that last extension was to align adoption of this ordinance, a permanent ordinance, in conjunction with the citywide objective design standards process, which is supposed to be complete in fall of this year. These objective standards will result in one set of standards for single-family units, which include single-family homes, SB 9 units, accessory dwelling units, and then a separate portion of the project will create these standards for mixed use and multifamily. On May 3rd, as part of this Objective Design Standards project, staff presented a study session with the Planning and Transportation Commission, and at that hearing, the commission requested to have staff come back with a little bit more focus on SB 9 units to provide additional input on those, and that is what we're discussing this evening. I did want to point out that for this evening, the topics under consideration are not really focused on the design, as those will be encompassed within the objective design standards, but more on kind of the policy and massing and size questions. And then also just to point out, sort of as an overall idea of where we're going with the permanent ordinance. For the permanent SB 9 ordinance, we will be creating a new municipal code section in 18.23, which is our section for specific standards. And that will come forward at a future date, which I'll mention in a moment. We're also going to be referring to SB 9 units in the future as urban infill units to be more in line with other neighboring jurisdictions, and with the idea that there'll probably be another SB 9 bill that has nothing to do with housing units in the future, so have some other name for it rather than SB 9. So that's the name we're focusing on now. As I go through these standards, I also wanted to point out that regardless of anything that is discussed tonight in terms of different standards, state law does require ministerial approval of any SB 9 unit that is 800 square feet or less than 16 feet in height. And for those types of units, the city cannot require more than a 4-foot side setback. So throughout the evening, I'll be talking about various options, but this requirement will stay the same. The city's not proposing on changing that, nor could we. And so there's 3 main topics for consideration this evening regarding SB 9 units. The first has to do with unit size, the second on whether to allow second-story SB 9 units, and then the third to discuss the types of units allowed for subdivided lots. So I'd like to start with the SB 9 unit size options. Under our current urgency ordinance, SB 9 units are limited to 800 square feet. As I mentioned before, that is the size that we are required to allow by state law. The other options that have come up for consideration are either to allow that to increase to 1,000 square feet, or to have no limit and have the entire lot be subject to maximum floor area in the RS6 districts. Regardless of the types of units in RS6 districts, whether it's one single unit or up to 4, there is a maximum floor area for the lot based on the lot size. And so this option, and I'll go into depth in a minute, would allow that square footage to be broken up apart different types of units. Now, it is important to note under this option, our RS3 zoning districts, which are also single family but lower density, they do not have a maximum floor area standard. So there would not be, at least in this iteration of it, a maximum proposed for SB 9 units. And that is something that, in the discussion, if that's something that the commission would like to kind of move towards or add for that's an option. But this is kind of what we're putting forward this evening. And so I'd like to start, again, with unit size with lots that are not subdivided. And I won't go through this whole chart. It is in the staff report. But what I wanted to point out, across the top, we have the 3 alternatives, the 800 square feet, 1,000 square feet, and no maximum size. And this is an example using a 5,000 square foot lot, which is a pretty standard lot size we see a lot in the flats. And based on that lot size, the maximum floor area allowed is 2,850 square feet. So what these 3 examples show is that well, actually, let me back up a step. In addition to that, under state law, property owners are allowed 800 square feet exempt for an SB 9 unit, as well as 800 square feet exempt for an ADU. So in these examples, we took sort of the most conservative approach in saying, what would the maximum floor area be if someone decided to build out the maximum floor area for their house, an SB 9 unit, an ADU, and a JDU. So we kind of just said, what is the max that could actually occur on this lot? And so this chart shows that in each case, because of these statewide exemptions, the maximum floor area could actually be 4,450 square feet. And that is regardless of the size of the SB9 unit. Because of the exemptions for SB9 and ADUs, that 1,600 square feet extra gets added in. But what really is changing is the size of this SB9 unit. So what's going to be affected is how it's going to look. Are you going to have, two homes that are of similar size on a lot? Do you want one that's, a lot smaller, like an accessory dwelling unit? But really, you can see that despite the change in size, the overall square footage would remain the same. Now, for subdivided lots, I mentioned that for subdivisions, you can end up with 2 resulting lots. Each lot can have 2 units on it. So you end up with 4 units, but 2 on each lot. So the difference with this, it is a little bit different. The same maximum floor area applies. However, under our current ordinance, you are not allowed to add an ADU or a JDU as part of your subdivision. You can only do the main house in an SB9 unit or 2 SB9 units. So you'll see here you still have the 800 square foot exemption, but because there's no ADU or JDU, the maximum floor area is 3,650. Again, per our municipal code, the 2,850 is what is counted towards that. The next part I wanted to talk about is height limitations within SB9 units. And just before I get into that, I did want to share this chart also in the staff report that outlines the city's ability to kind of regulate different development standards for SB9 units. And so on the left, you can see what's called state law SB9 units. Those are the ones that need to be approved by right. And you'll see on the right that the only sort of 2 areas the city has in terms of discretion are for units that are over 800 square feet. And with that, it's really only the height that the city has discretion with. The setbacks, per our reading, are still required to be 4 feet for the side and rear, as they are for smaller units. Objective standards would still apply, and still ministerial approval. So the fact of calling it an SB9 unit automatically triggers that ministerial approval regardless of size. So as I mentioned, state law requires that the city approve units that are 16 feet or less in height, and cannot require more than a 4-foot side setback for those units. What that in effect means is that for second-story units, they're not really feasible to fit 2 full stories within a 16-foot height limit. So unless there's maybe like a basement situation with it, we're not going to really see any second story SB9 units. So what I've included here comes from ABAG and some of the work they've done with SB9 to show what second story units might look like. So this could be, a variety of configurations. It could be, like a flat where you have 1 unit on the bottom, 1 on top. It could also apply to 2 separate SB9 units that are more than 1 story tall. Because again, under our code, that would not be allowed under the current urgency ordinance. So our question this evening is your thoughts on those. One thing that we do want to point out is that our reading of state law is that if those are allowed, we cannot require greater than a 4-foot setback, even at the second floor. We are looking into that a little bit, and I'll go into public comment in a few slides, but some suggestions were made to us and possibly increasing the setback on the second floor. We don't think that's possible, but we are checking that as an option as well. And then the last item we wanted to bring up is under our current urgency ordinance, I mentioned before that if a lot is subdivided, applicants are not allowed to build an ADU or JDU. They basically have 2 options, which is to build 2 SB9 units brand new, or if there's an existing house, build 1 more SB9 unit. So we are proposing, and sorry, I should say, if there's an existing unit and an ADU on the property already, then you can't build that second SB9 unit. So what we're proposing is to say you can build 2 units, any configuration of those items. So what that would in effect allow is someone to build a new residence in ADU or a new residence in JDU. If they did that, they would not be able to build an SB9 unit, but they'd at least have the flexibility of having an ADU versus an SB9 unit, which might have certain ownership requirements and things like that. So we wanted to make that a little bit more flexible. And then I also wanted to bring up a couple of other topics that have come up. First is that of flag lots. We have had a lot of public comment about this and also some questions about the feasibility of doing these, especially with the smaller lots and being able to subdivide these kind of lots. And so I did include a pretty basic diagram up there, but really just showing a lot at the front with a access driveway to a lot in the rear. At this time, staff is not proposing to change the current requirement, which says no flag lots for SB9 units. And the reason for that is that our current code allows flag lots for other properties only in very extreme circumstances and with approval of the Planning Commission or City Council. And there has to be findings made about the specific conditions of the lot, whether it's hillside or a unique shape or something like that. Because state law requires flag lots to be, state law requires SB9 units to be approved ministerially, the only way to allow flag lots would be to permit them outright throughout the city. Because we couldn't have someone apply for SB9 and say, well, we're not sure if you can do a flag lot, you need to go to Planning Commission. We're not allowed to do that. Because that seems like a pretty big policy call, we wanted to bring it up tonight for your input on that, but also say that, staff's not recommending it at this time. If we're so directed and council would like to move forward with us studying it citywide, then we'd be happy to do so. We just feel that it's a big enough change now that we wouldn't want to couple it with SB9 specifically without some analysis. And then the last thing I just wanted to also say a second time, objective design standards that are being developed would apply to SB9 units. Depending on kind of where we land on the size of the units, it could be either the duplex / townhome standards that apply or the single family home standards that apply. Whether it's a smaller unit, it would likely be single family home standards. If it's larger, then it would likely be the duplex townhome standards. So just wanted to bring that up as well. Staff did meet with the local architect, and I see him here this evening, so I'm hoping he will speak. And we also sent to the commission a letter and some diagrams that were prepared by him as well, Mr. Crabb. And so I might save some of my comments until he speaks. One thing I did want to mention, though, was there were several ideas in there about setbacks. And as I mentioned earlier, we're checking to see if state law would allow flexibility with setbacks for second-story units. We're kind of taking the more conservative approach now because we don't think it does. We think you have to allow 4 feet on a second floor, but that is something that we thought was an interesting idea, so we are researching that as well. In terms of next steps, the permanent ordinance would return to the Planning and Transportation Commission for recommendation to the City Council on the 19th. And then we expect and that's with the objective design standards, and we expect that to go to Council August or September of 2023. And then for this evening, just our recommended kind of roadmap, any specific questions that staff can answer, and then we would recommend public comment and then go through each of those topics individually. And that is it for my presentation. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Andrea. Very helpful and gives us a path forward here for the next 35 minutes or so. So let's start with Commissioner Garvey or Vice Chair Clements. Questions, clarifying questions?
Thank you, Chair. Well, I know Andrea speaks very quickly, and this is a topic we're all getting used to, like really how things lay out and why I think the city would be considering, one approval path or another, not approval, but, what the issues are with each, unit size, second story, and types of units. So still getting warmed up on these topics. I had a factual question. How many flag lots do we have in San Carlos? How important of an issue is this? Do we have a lot?
We don't have a lot. We have some, definitely. The ones I know of off the top of my head, there's one I can think of in the flats, and most of them are up kind of west of Alameda, like on the Eaton area. I think that it has come up more as a comment as a more feasible way to subdivide on smaller lots, because they're not wide enough to do side by side, or if you do, they're 25 and 25 versus 25 and 25 widths, right? So you could end up with smaller homes. So that's really how it's come up as part of this.
Right, and you would think, because flag lots tend to be deeper by definition,
Exactly.
right? Like that presents an opportunity. And so can you clarify when flag lots are approved, usually with the community development director, and you said the city council?
So I can clarify that I have not, in my tenure here, seen any flag lots approved.
Hear that.
But our code says, let me just get the wording, flag lots shall not be approved as part of a subdivision unless the decision-making authority finds that the pre-existing lot patterns and corresponding development patterns justify a flag lot.
Okay.
Such areas could be hillside or where neighborhoods have irregular shaped lots. So, yeah.
Yeah, and so can you help iterate that just a little bit more? So the kinds of thoughts that one would go through in considering development on a back flag lot with regards to slope of the lot. What kind of conversations would you end up having then? Besides soil stability, are there other issues?
I think I could see, depending on sort of the slope of the lot, if it's flat in certain areas and maybe not so flat in others, maybe the access makes more sense in one part of the lot than the other. I have seen people come in and not necessarily apply, but really try to sort of like do their due diligence of would this be allowed or not, and it's not something that I've really ever seen supported in my time here. But it does look like there is a possibility because subdivision maps go through Planning Commission and Council. That's why they would be the decision-making authority.
Just to be final, the conversation on this, it's rarely, so it sounds like not many lots and not frequently proposed, and that it's hard to make the findings to do a development on a flag lot. Why? Because the ingress egress is difficult on the flag lot, or because the configuration's just not conducive usually?
Yeah, and this I should also clarify is from the subdivision ordinance. So I'll double check the zoning ordinance too to see if there's anything more specific to flag lots. I think the concern is that, especially with smaller lots, creation of a flag lot would allow a larger single-family home sort of in what was the rear yard area before, and possibly create like a different development pattern than what people have been used to.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
That's all I have right now, Chair. Thanks.
Thanks, Vice Chair Clemens. Commissioner Garvey.
Thank you, Chair. And building on those comments on the flag lot, if you didn't have a flag lot and we were to allow them, we could anticipate that if you did have a deeper lot, someone might request, oh, I'd like a flag lot and a driveway to the back so that I could build something in the back of my deeper lot.
Correct.
And it's hard to anticipate what that demand might be, but it's probably going to be greater than zero or whatever it is we've had.
I would think so.
enough. Okay.
And then adding the ministerial part of that,
Right.
there's no.
I see.
There's no, there's nothing really we're looking at to justify a
Right.
flag lot. So, again, not to say that that's not something in the future. It's just, a big enough development pattern policy change that it would be something that, we would want policymakers to direct.
That's helpful.
Yeah.
Did we have a great letter here from a local architect. Were there any other outreach to developers or a committee of architects to ask them their professional opinion on, number one, what's buildable given the San Carlos lot size, and number two, from a developer standpoint, what actually pencils out?
So kind of a few different things with that. So as part of the objective design standards, Rucha Donde, who's our senior planner project manager, has done extensive outreach with a variety of stakeholders and recently had an architects roundtable that was more focused on the design aspects of it. We reached out directly to Mr. Crabb because he has provided a lot of comments and wanted to hear that input. We also did outreach to all of our normal stakeholder groups, our social media accounts, all of that as well as our sign-up list for this. So specific to architects was through the Architect Roundtable, but the SB9, these topics were really with Mr. Crabb because he provided a lot of insight on that.
That makes sense. And that architects would be most interested in the design element of this whole
Right.
policy, so that
Yeah.
makes sense. Thank you, that's all I have.
Great, thank you. And just a couple for me. I'm going to go the other way. I think I read, and I think you touched on, basements are not permitted as part of an SB9 development?
I think they theoretically could be, only if they were fully underground basements. The way we measure height in the city, we only ignore the height of a basement if it's pretty much fully underground, with the exception of like a 3-foot gap. So homes you see on a hillside where part of the floor is like built into the hillside, but the whole back is a walkout, that would not be considered a basement for height purposes. So it would really have to be a full buried basement for the most part.
Right. But, so then I was thinking, in linkage to the question or your request to consider height, wouldn't it provide more housing opportunity for someone who wanted to excavate, have 2 living floors, having one of those living floors be underground, maybe with, the right window and egress, whatever is required for both sanity and safety. And therefore, I was surprised when I had read or thought I read no basements permitted. So in an SB, maybe I guess maybe this will be for later, making sure that basements are
Calling
an
my
option
backup here to make sure.
in a flat area to accommodate multiple levels would be.
I do apologize, they are prohibited under the urgency ordinance.
Okay,
Yeah.
under the urgency
Yes.
ordinance. And and how is staff thinking about that with regard to what we recommend to City Council?
I think in terms of that, the impact if it's a full basement isn't really that great compared to a second story on top. So for us, the visible second story at 4 feet is much more of a visible impact than a basement would be.
Good, okay,
Yeah.
so we can come to that later, thank you. The second area, and it relates to the 2 tables, but when I think if I did the math right on table 1 that you had up earlier, lot size of 5,000, if you add up, and that's with no subdivision. If you add up all of the units, someone could build 4,450 square feet and therefore have an 89% floor area ratio.
Correct.
Okay, so go
Sorry,
ahead.
I was just going to say, and to clarify that for anyone watching, the only way to do that would be to do an SB9 and an ADU. You have to build those types of units to get the exemption. You would not be able to do 4,450 with just the main house and a JDU, for example.
Right. So if I have a house on a lot that is 1,200 square feet or 2,100 square feet, in whatever your columns are, I could then go and build an SB9 unit and an ADU, and therefore effectively have 3 buildings on that piece of property by right today.
Today, correct.
Put one in the front yard, one in the backyard, live in the middle, rent them all out, whatever it was, but I could do that.
Yes.
Okay. And then I think the last and the related question is, with regard to the no subdivision, that remains the subdivision, that remains a cap then of 2850, which is just a little bit above our 50% floor area ratio because of the exemption.
So if someone were to do 2 units and they either did a main house and SB9, or if you decide to allow any type of unit, a main house and ADU, you could theoretically go up to 36.
Yeah, sorry, I read it wrong.
But if you were to do a main house and JDU, you would be capped at 2850 because the 500 is not exempt.
You're at 73% under that, yeah.
Right.
And then between alternatives A, B, and C for each of these two, you end up with the same floor area ratio, the same development. So it's really the configuration that that you end up with, and then I suppose, you know, the perspective would be which encourages the most even development, the most satisfying development, the most development of new housing in a way that I'll say fits in with the city. So I'll think about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I think then following your roadmap, why don't we move to public comment? And I don't have any speaker slips, but I do see Mr. Krebs here this evening, so I'm presuming he's okay without a speaker slip specifically. Can I preface your comments, if you don't mind? First, thank you for meeting with staff and also for sharing your comments in advance. I know my colleagues and I have both read your comments and thought about them, and we have them to refer to. So if you have things to enhance it, it'd be great to have those. Don't feel obligation to go back over all of it.
Well, good evening, Jim and the rest of you there, the brave people that came out for three early in the evening. Yeah, well, I support Alternative C for what Andrea has presented. Much more, it gives you the greater flexibility of what you have, and you pretty well defined it when you said you come out with the same square footage. Remember, the way it's set up is, she set it up is what the maximum you could do, and 99% of the time, we're not going to build the maximum on a single lot anyway. But if one did the absolute maximum, you come up with the same number whether you have a small ADU and a big house or two units of the same size. So I think you should give them the greater flexibility because it allows you to do like duplexes and so on, that it might be the same size unit. If you got 2,800, well, I guess you got 3,600 or whatever it is, you could have, two 1,800 square foot houses, which are pretty good sized houses, 3-bedroom houses and whatever. So I go for that. Second is that the flag lot. The only reason to do a flag lot on a small property is just, well, let's say, if you have a single lot and you want to do 2 units or an AD unit, two SB9 units, you could put one house in front and one house behind, as long as you meet all those setback requirements, as long as you meet all the objective design standards in terms of front setbacks and side setback, well, within the 4-foot side setback situation. So the only reason to make it a flag lot is that then you could sell the second house separate from the first house, as opposed to rent it separate from the first house. But you could also do the same thing, because I was rereading the SB9 today. You could also do the same thing, have a single lot, but subdivide it as a condominium. So you have an imaginary line separating that front one and the back one, but you can still sell them independently. And then you can build like an easement driveway to get you to the back side. So you don't actually have a physical lot, but you get the same concept. So it may be okay to, basically ban official flag lots, because I think the SB 9 will allow you to do that if you have one house behind the other to separately sell it. If they have one house side by side, it's the same thing. If you have one house side by side, if you want to sell one from the other on the lot, you've either got to subdivide it, or you've got, again, to condominiumize it so that you've got one on either side. So that's kind of what's the story there is. But the other thing that I was making a point on my drawings were that if we can look at the thing as keeping the lot coverage the same, not requiring, except for the extra 800 square feet for an ADU, or potentially the other one, that you keep the lot coverage the same, so you're not increasing, you got more open space. You maintain the open space around your property. So the basic ODS sets a certain minimum, 50% of the lot has to be open. And so you keep that. 50% of the lot has to be open. And the house can fit in what's left over, and the house can be a one-story house or a two-story house within that space. You try to visualize, you've got a property and you're building a big box that says you can go this wide, you can go that deep, and you can go that high. So anything within that you can do, but you still have the open space. So the only difference with the SB 9 and the ADUs is they say you have to require an extra 800 square feet on the property. So preferably we'd rather keep it within the ODS thing. So that was one thing. The other thing we talked about, and I'm going to be, well, what am I want to? I don't want to say. Anyway, the question of second story. Well, first, an SB 9 unit has to be allowed if it's 16 feet tall, and it can be within 4 feet of her front or rear property line. But if it's higher than that, it's kind of unclear, I think, whether or not that 4-foot setback still requires, and we can't do the setback on the upper floors, which we have typically. I would prefer the setbacks on the upper floors, and that's what Andrea is going to look into, the legal aspect of that. And so that makes a big difference in terms of how to do that. And my feeling is whatever the interpretation is by the city attorney, I would say we should go ahead and say that if you put a second floor on a ADU or a SB 9 that's within 4 feet of a rear property line or a side property line, we're still going to require you to set back the second floor. And if someone doesn't like it and wants to take it up in court, then the city can decide whether or not to approve an exception. But I would go the way, let's do it the way we want it. And then, and 99% of the time, that's what we're going to get. And so I'm kind of, breaking a thing here, but I think it's worth looking into to just go ahead and do it and see if anyone complains about it, because it's not that onerous, quite frankly, to do the setback, a floor setback, and you can keep it within that interior thing. I think that's pretty much I've got here. The one other thing I had brought up. If we should come to the idea...
Can I just check? Last?
Okay, last one.
Thank you.
If we should decide that we want to allow a lot split between two lots, I propose that for a small lot, to encourage that whatever is built there is maybe like a duplex or a townhouse as opposed to two separate houses, that we say that lot split line, we can set a 0 lot line on that so you can bring two units together. And that hasn't been addressed. Andrea didn't address that in her proposal. So that was another thing. Only for small lots, big lots, I think are fine. So those are my suggestions.
Great. Thank you very much. We always appreciate your taking the time to share with us. Good. Let me also check, or is there anyone else here in the audience for SB 9 public comment? Okay, seeing none. Lynette, do we have any hands raised?
Yes, we do. We have Debbie.
Very good. Good evening, Debbie.
Good evening, and I would like to join the comments made by Architect Crabb and thank him very much for his recommendations and for giving him the time to discuss them. They all seem to make a lot of sense in having these homes be able to use the maximum amount of space in the way that is the most appealing to the neighborhoods and basically gives the visual character that most people would like by seeing the upper section set back. And my question is if staff could clarify, is the side setback of 4 feet, is that the same for the rear yard setback? And then number 2, if there's a 25-foot setback required from creeks, does Senate Bill 9 override that and allow someone to build within 4 feet of a creek? Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie.
Through the chair, I'll go ahead and answer that. So the first question about the side and rear setback, per staff's reading of the code and kind of what we're talking about more conservatively is yes, the 4-foot setback is for both the side and the rear. One thing we are checking on as a result of Mr. Crabb's ideas is whether the city can regulate and require a greater setback on the second floor if it is taller than 16 feet. So that is something we're looking into. We're asking the commission this evening to comment on both of those just because we won't find out obviously in time for this evening. And then I'm getting some information, 1 second, on the creek setback. Okay, so for the creek setback, they could theoretically do that, but there are certain findings that the building official could make that wouldn't allow that, such as a health and safety finding. So if the building official were to make a health or safety finding, then they could not allow it within that 25-foot creek setback.
Great, thank you very much. Lynette, are there other hands raised?
There are no more hands raised at the moment.
Okay, very good. I'll entertain a motion to close public comment.
I move that we close public comment.
I'll second that.
Thank you, roll call.
Commissioner Garvey,
Yes.
Vice Chair Clements,
Yes.
and Chair Iacoponi.
Yes. So thank you for fellow commissioners for your comments and input. I liked Andrea's suggestion that we take these items in turn. So maybe, Andrea, if you could, I see you've got us teed up already. Comments. Commissioner Garvey, do you want to start us off on size? A, B, C, other?
Thank you, Chair. I like option C because I believe it gives the city the greatest flexibility. It gives the landowner the greatest flexibility to develop the property in a way that makes sense for them and for the type of lot that they have, while still keeping the lot coverage the same.
Thank you. Chair Clements, additions?
Thank you, Chair. I also propose that we be as flexible as possible in the relative sizes of the, quote, main unit and then the other units built. I do have another question for staff, if that's okay. The fact that there is no FAR limit in RS3, what would be the proposal to set one so that this concept could be used?
So if the commission were interested in having some sort of limit, we'd have to do a little bit of research on the best way to do that. It could be a combination of lot coverage. One of the sort of difficulties with RS3 lots, they're generally larger lots. They also have generally larger required setbacks than RS6 lots. Of course, with SB 9 units, it's still the 4-foot setback. So it might be something that you would want to set just a numerical limit on, or perhaps a percentage of the lot size. And we could, if you are interested in setting a limit, we could look into that and bring back some ideas for that as well as part of the ordinance. If you didn't want to, then we wouldn't propose that yet.
And just clarifying that again, the no maximum unit size alternative C depends on the definition of an FAR, is that correct?
Correct.
Yes.
The MFA, exactly.
All right, I do think that might make sense, and again, I agree with the comments made about, the importance of flexibility given a certain situation. That said, I do think this interplays with whether the main residence is going to be owner occupied or not. What I personally want to avoid is to have developers coming in and buying lots if it is financially feasible and really just doing investment basis development throughout the city. I think there's a reason that people talk about ownership being part of these proposals, and I think it's to dissuade kind of speculative purchasing and wild offers, which really just bids up the whole market, which I just don't think that does everyone much good. So I think, my comments are in that context. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And you may raise an interesting point, and I think regarding whether or not one of the units would need to have an owner in it. So let me ask staff, is that a limitation that would be legal or illegal under SB 9, or is it silent to it? What do we know?
So under SB 9, we can require owner occupancy of one of the units only in the subdivision option. Right? Yeah. So
somebody could live in the ADU and rent out the main.
And the other two.
Yeah, and the others, yeah, okay. Well, so thank you. I would say, in terms of this specific question, I'm in agreement with colleagues and what's been proposed, that flexibility makes sense and therefore would choose C. And I think let's then hold and we'll move to the other items.
And through the chair, just to clarify, would you like staff to do some research on a limit for RS3?
Yes, I think, well, let me check. Commissioner Garvey?
I would support that. That's a great idea.
That makes sense. So can I, when we speak of, there was a comment made by the earlier speaker about amount of green space and lot coverage, but we are still talking about floor area ratio, the ratio of the developed floor to the square footage of the lot, and all things equal, 50% plus the entitled additions under SB 9, yes?
With the exception of certain hillside lots, which is less, and RS3 lots, which are also less for lot coverage.
Yeah, thank you. Great, so next, very good question, and let's go back to Commissioner Garvey on 16-foot. What are your thoughts about second stories?
Thank you, Chair. I go back to the flexibility option, and I like the idea of allowing a second story that is greater than 16 feet in height. I also like the idea of being able to set back the second story more than 4 feet. So I think doing more analysis on that to see if it's possible, or as was suggested, mandated, and see if people can live with it. It could be that the landowner also wants more than a 4-foot setback, and it becomes, a win for everybody then. But I think it does allow for a second story to be contemplated in places where it might make a lot of sense. So I'm supportive of that. Thank you.
Yeah, Vice Chair Clements.
Thank you. I do think I believe it's within our discretion to allow greater than 16 feet in height. And so I'm definitely supportive of having that flexibility. I am assuming that 4-foot setback was put in place to help with the feasibility and have this be a tool that is used more often. We know there are very few applications through the state at this time, even though it's been in place a year and a half. And even in some really big jurisdictions where you'd think folks would have come forward with applications, there have not been applications. So while I don't I prefer having some kind of flexibility, I do believe that the setback requirement would maximize the number of units being built, or maximize the usefulness of this tool. And I think it would, keeping that standard would prevent, proposed disputes between neighbors. We're just following the state law at that point to allow what the state law allows, and it's, whether it's 16-foot height or 18, right, to get in a second story, or 20, I guess. I guess the ancillary issue is the basement, which I hadn't even thought of. My house is half a story up, half a story down, but we do have a little basement. But I hadn't really thought through how you'd get to 2 stories if the 16-foot was in place. So again, I'm not positive all of this is consistent, what I just said, but I do think going a little bit higher to get a second story is very advisable. And then to avoid that, what could be a, deliberate conversation between neighbors if we put something out that's at this point potentially contrary to state law, and then we're inviting kind of disputes between neighbors, I just think it could take a lot of staff time and wouldn't necessarily get us any more units than it would have to begin with. I just think it might be a waste of everyone's energy. So I kind of wouldn't recommend messing with that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I take my cues on second stories from the the extended period that we went through to develop our single-family ordinance as we have them. And one of the comments that has resonated with me from that period, and then listening to the commentary from RDRC, is trying to balance development opportunity with some semblance of privacy in our community and our smaller lots. And I would say I would be very reluctant to give up in any case what we, I'll say, won by requiring and codifying a deeper setback on the second floor. So I'm very much want to promote development. I realize 4 foot is allowed by state law. I would not be in support of a second floor that encroached on the setback that we have, and because for the reasons stated. And I think there are opportunities to utilize a second story without that added 5 feet, and still, it might not be perfect, but we're trying to encourage some additional housing. We're not trying to encourage lots of redevelopment of lots, and therefore this feels an exception. I don't want to make it, I wouldn't encourage making it the rule. So I would not support above 16 feet without the deeper setback, my position.
And through the chair, just to clarify the point you brought up about basements, is there interest among the commission for kind of looking into that and seeing what options there might be with basement portions of SB 9, since our current ordinance prohibits them outright?
Yes, please, in that I think it addresses the how to encourage, maybe at a little more cost, but how to encourage a larger housing unit to be developed while not adding a second story or a very large second story within 4 foot of the neighbors. But Commissioner Garvey?
If we can't increase the setback on the second floor to what we already have, which is 9 feet, then I think the basement option becomes really important. But I don't know what the practical implications are. There aren't that many houses in the White Oaks area where I live that have basements. And I don't know if that's because it's been prohibitive, if there's a water issue, is it a soil issue, or it simply wasn't in vogue in the 1950s when a lot of these homes were built. So I simply don't know, but I would be supportive of thinking about basements, especially if the second-story setback goes, it has to only be 4 feet.
I may, yeah, I agree. I enjoy my basement very, very much. It's storage. Actually, when we bought the house, it was staged as a very dark office. I'm not sure I would use it that way. But yeah, I think basements are an important tool, and it may not work for every site because of the water table, but I think that should be, flexibly allowed. But to bring back any issues and how it would work together would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So the third topic, allowable unit types. So staff, Andrea, could you just go back and maybe ask this as a question?
Sure. Right now, the ordinance allows an existing primary unit and a second SB9 unit or 2 SB9 units. And so what we're asking here is, would the commission be supportive of also allowing a new residence in ADU or a new residence in JDU? Basically, still allowing a maximum of 2 units, but in any of the configurations.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Garvey?
Thank you, Chair. The short answer is yes. I would be in favor of also allowing a new residence with an ADU and also allowing a new residence with a JADU.
Thank you. And Vice Chair?
In short, yes. I like the flexibility, and further flexibility, I actually, per Mr. Crabb's comments about, could we have a 0 lot line against the 2 internal, against the internal property line, so that, again, the frontward appearance could look, almost as if it were one single-family home from the street, but actually they were divided units, and then, play with the dimensions of that versus the other units. I agree.
Right, thank you, Vice Chair. And that was actually my comment as well. The notion of 0 setback option on a subdivided lot is appealing. It is a way of, it actually might be a way that also accommodates this flag lot issue, because you could get a very nice structure from the street, even though, legally and technically they're both deep and vertical, but it's 2 homes, and I think it's a flexibility if somebody wants to spend their money that way. So yes, I would A, support any unit, and B, would ask that we write in 0 setback on the division line between subdivided lot.
I'd support that also. Thank you both for raising that. Yeah.
Could I ask staff, if I could just ask staff to go back to that slide where there were different renderings of layouts? This, thank you. Just thinking through that more. So it would be kind of the right-hand option, except closer together potentially, as an example.
Maybe I'm going to just go to the picture I put, maybe like that.
Yes. I've seen some beautiful pictures of, like in the Pacific Northwest, have really great and beautiful examples of homes like this that have several units on the lot, and you really can't tell it from the street.
Yeah, and I think what really resonated with me was also the ability to maintain a side yard and a rear yard while maximizing the property, just not legally having it be 1, having it be 2, and although adjacent. Oh, okay, good, thank you. And how are we doing on questions? Flag lot?
That is it, unless you have any other topics you would like us to consider.
Well, yes, I'll check with colleagues, but you had asked whether we would request a recommendation, recommend a review of the flagged lot policy and the issues around it. And I think for my part, yes. I was intrigued by the alternative that was raised about using a condo subdivision as an option, but I think we could encourage more units being built if there were an option to put front and back. And I think you could all help us understand the, the unintended consequences of, large lots having, multi-million-dollar homes pop up in the front and back when today they wouldn't be permitted, and therefore changing the character of the city in an unintended way. So I would, unless there's an objection, I'd give that request. Great. So thank you, everyone, for your input. And with that, we'll move to a recess until 7 o'clock. And let's reconvene the Planning and Transportation Commission hearing for the City of San Carlos for June 7, 2023. And welcome back those who are rejoining us, and welcome to all of those who are just here with us or just joining online. We're now on agenda item number 8. We have 2 items tonight, and we'll start with the public hearing regarding the Cherry Street affordable housing. Procedure for public hearing is that staff will present a report on the history, physical features, et cetera, on the application, followed with staff's recommendations. The applicant may make a presentation, and thereafter interested members of the community may speak on the proposal. When all interested parties have had an opportunity to be heard, the hearing will be closed and no further discussion from the floor can be held. The commission will then consider the evidence and make its recommendation. If you challenge a public hearing in court, you may be limited to raising only those issues you or someone else raised at the public hearing described in this notice, the public notice, or in written correspondence delivered to the city at or prior to the public hearing. Speakers should please state their names prior to addressing the commission, and this will help our staff in preparing the minutes for the evening. I have with me so far 3 speaker requests. If there are those who would like to speak who's not filled one out for either of our public hearing items, please go over to the back corner, grab yourself a speaker card, fill it out, and bring it on up, okay? Thank you. So with that, our first item tonight is 1232, 1244 Cherry Street Affordable Housing Development, APNs 050132110, 050132100, 050680040. And this is a public hearing to consider design review, transportation demand management plan to construct 33 affordable rental units in the MUDC 100 zone and define the disposition of city property to be in conformance with the general plan. And so with that, I think we have Rucha for a staff presentation.
The 1232 Cherry Street project before you tonight, and also representing a very big city team who has worked on this project. With that, I would like to introduce the project team. We have Kate Comfort-Har from HIP Housing, Andrea Osgood from Eden Housing, Michael Rogers, the developer project manager, he's not here today, Rick Williams and Elaine Young from Van Meter Williams Pollock Architects, and from the city staff, we have myself and Adam Aronson, Housing and Economic Development Manager. With that, we also have Al Savay, Andrea Mardisic, and Lisa Costa-Sanders, who have closely worked on this project. The request before you today is consideration of design review and transportation demand management plan to allow for the construction of a new 5-story residential building consisting of 33 affordable rental units at 1232 and 1244 Cherry Street, and find the disposition of city property to be in conformance with the general plan. Before I dive into the details of the project entitlement, it is worth noting the background of this project that dates back to 2019. In June 2019, the City Council adopted resolution of necessity to acquire 1232 Cherry Street lot by eminent domain. And then in January 2021, the city acquired the property located at 2032 Cherry Street, as you can see on the right side of the image. And then in June 2021, a redevelopment loan agreement with Cherry Street Commons was approved. And then earlier this year, in February, a disposition development and loan agreement, that's the DDLA, with Cherry Street's Common LP, which is a partnership between HIP Housing and Eden Housing, was authorized to be executed by the city manager. And then in April 2023, a formal planning application was submitted to the city, which is before you tonight. In terms of the site location, the project site is very strategically located on Cherry Street in the downtown area of San Carlos, with very close proximity to El Camino Real, bus stops, the San Carlos Caltrain station, City Hall, City Library, and a lot of range of businesses within a walking distance. In terms of the lots, as you can see in the orange block, that's the 1244 Cherry Street, which is an existing building with 100% affordable housing project owned and operated by HIP Housing. The restrictive covenant on the property expired in 2020. However, HIP Housing is committed to maintaining the facility as an affordable housing site and is seeking to develop this aging 6-unit structure through a joint venture with the city of San Carlos. HIP Housing has since entered into a partnership with Eden Housing, as I said earlier in the slide, to form a Cherry Streets Common limited partnership responsible for development and management of this project. As noted before, the 1232 Cherry, the lot shown in the blue block, was acquired by the city in 2021. This project also involves realignment of a city alley that is shown in a yellow arrow before you. Here are some site photographs for the existing conditions of the site. And here's the existing and the proposed footprint that shows the existing and proposed project in alignment with the realignment of the alley. Tonight, the requested entitlements are a design review. That's for the architectural compatibility with the neighborhood and the overall design. And the second is the transportation demand management plan for the 20% trip reduction measures as required by the municipal code. Now, since this project is a 100% affordable housing project, as such, it qualifies for a lot of density bonuses and allowances, which I will touch upon very briefly on this slide. Under the DBL, the development is allowed by right to have unlimited density, height increase of up to 3 stories or 33 feet. There is a no parking requirement allowance under this law. Under concessions, that's number 2, there are 4 concessions allowed, and the project is requesting a relief from the maximum floor area, relief from building setback required at the corner, a 4th-story setback, relief from that, and a total landscaping requirement. Under waivers, under the density bonus law, there are unlimited waivers allowed, and this project is seeking a relief from breaking building length, relief from facade articulation and material for the windows, and relief from building transparency requirement. In terms of the project details, the lot is 0.32 acres in area, situated in the MUDC 100 zoning district. The proposed gross floor area is around 47,000 square feet. The proposed FAR is 3.38, and the required is 3, and they are also eligible to a 10% increase above that. The residential parking spaces provided are 21 parking spaces, including 3 ADA spots. The proposed landscaping on site accounts to 3.8% of the site, where 10% is required. The overall height is proposed to be 59 feet 10 inches, which is under the 60 feet height. This includes the parapet or under the allowed allowance. Here, I would like to point an error in the staff report on page 45, which states that the proposed height is at 54 feet. However, it should say 59 feet 10 inches. Under CEQA, this project is seeking infill exemption under the CEQA. For zoning, as I said, this is an existing MUDC 100 zoning district. The general plan zoning is mixed use for the dwelling units ranging from 75 to 100 per acre. And the surrounding zoning is mainly under MUDC 100, which is mixed use downtown core, and a few lots with RM 100 and PD 14. In terms of site and first floor plan, I'll not go too much into the detail because I know the architects here are going to present that in more detail. So I'll just run through these slides in the interest of time. But just to give an idea, this is the existing site plan and the first floor plan with the major uses used as parking and then entrance lobby and the management office. Here is the second floor plan, which 6 units, a community room, laundry room, and major highlight of the second floor is the courtyard. That's the tot lot, which is the major open space provided on this project. The third, fourth, and fifth floor are typical, whereas there is a little variation on the fifth floor, so I would not go too much into the details of that. But most of the floors consists of units and residential storage and trash. Here is the front elevation, which is along Cherry Street. Before use the side elevation, which is the north elevation along the proposed realigned alley. And here is the access to the parking. Side elevation is the south elevation along the neighboring property. And here is the rear elevation, that is the west elevation, majorly along Wheeler Plaza. The proposed material and colors, again, I will leave it up to the architects to go in more detail, but from the city's standpoint, staff is supportive of the design and the choice of materials. The design is very well balanced and compatible with the neighborhood, and staff is supportive of the use of the clay tiles on the wall and the different types of details. We feel that it enhances the overall look of this building and has come out to be really well balanced and compatible with the neighborhood. In terms of the transportation demand management plan, there are a number of measures that are proposed under the transportation demand management plan by the applicant. In terms of the measure proposed, they range from short-term bicycle parking all the way to, educational programs, a TDM coordinator, bike repair stations, and so on. I would also like to highlight that this project more than meets the requirement of the CCAG, which is 25%, but they meet it at 30%. A condition of approval is added for this project to certify it with CCAG after the entitlements have been approved by the Planning Commission. Again, under the monitoring, the City of San Carlos Municipal Code requires a report to be submitted to the director annually regarding the measures, if they are working or not with numbers. And then there is a 5-year review evaluation period as well. The city conducted outreach as well as the applicant conducted community meeting. The details of that are attached in attachment number 5. The city sent notices to property owners within 300 feet. The details of that can be seen in attachment 6. Staff received 1 public comment after the public notice was sent, which enlisted or highlighted concerns related to the number of parking spaces provided, and also inquired about the contingency plan when the alley will be constructed or when the existing buildings will be demolished. Since then, the city staff has responded, and the response to that can be seen in attachment 7. This is all from the staff's presentation, and should you move forward, here is the motion before you tonight. I would also like to highlight within the motion, there is a general plan conformance requirement as well. So according to section 65402 of the State Planning and Zoning Law, the Planning Commission is required to assess the general plan conformity before any property acquisition or disposition that takes place for the city property. Since this project aligns with the provisions outlined in the general plan, staff recommends that the Planning Commission find the disposition of city property in conformance with the general plan, in addition to the request as mentioned before you. With that, I would like to pass it on to Kate, and then followed by Andrea, and then Rick Williams, because they also have a presentation.
Thank you, Richa.
This way, okay. Okay, there we are. Hello, I'm Kate Comfort-Har. I'm Executive Director of HIP Housing. And tonight I'm just going to get this our presentation started. I'll go a little bit over our agenda and then a few other slides. So I'll be introducing the team, and then we're going to move on to talking a little bit more about the amenities. There is some duplication between the two reports, so we'll try to get through that pretty briefly. We'll go through the project schedule, creating the site, some design issues, and then talk about some next steps and take some questions. So again, a really good picture of me. That's not what I look like. We are considered the developer, as well as Eden Housing. Andrea Osgood is here tonight, and Rick Williams is here as well, and is our architect with Van Meter, Williams Pollock Architecture. So, HIP Housing, we're known as specializing in creative affordable housing solutions. We've been doing that since 1972. Most people know us for our social service programs, right? We house about 1,200 low-income people every year, but most people know us for our home sharing program, which matches people who have space with people who need an affordable place to live in existing housing. We also have a program for families who are either homeless or at risk of homelessness, and that we do own one property in San Carlos where those families are housed. We have 3 families that are living in San Carlos. But what a lot of people don't know about us is that we're also a developer. We own and operate 20 affordable housing complexes from Daly City to Menlo Park. And we also do third-party property management for other owners of affordable units. So we have 2 properties that are located here in San Carlos. One is the property we're talking about tonight, and the other belongs to our self-sufficiency program for families. So we acquired the Cherry Street property in 1994, and the first discussions with the city around what might be possible with this site happened in 2010. My first performance goes way back. So we are very much committed to this project and see the possibility and have for a long time. Staff talked a little bit about our dedication to the affordability covenant on this. It expired in 2020. Our mission-driven dedication to the affordability stays intact. We continue to operate it as an affordable property. It is a six-unit building. There are 5 two-bedrooms and 1 one-bedroom, and 12 long-term tenants who have lived there. All income qualified tenants who currently live in the building will have the option and a preference to come back to the building. They will also be protected by all state and federal law regarding relocation services. So nobody will be displaced from housing as a result of this project. Now, also, I want to talk a little bit about the partnership between HIP Housing and Eden. So HIP Housing primarily acquires existing properties, deed restricts them, and then manages them as affordable. We've done a couple of very significant rehabs down to studs on fairly large properties, a 92-unit building and a 36. But new construction isn't our specialty. So we knew we needed a partner that was really good at this, who we respected a lot, who shared our values, and Eden Housing absolutely does that. They've been around for 50 years, similar to us. We share very deep mission-driven purpose, and there's a really good synergy and cooperation between the 2 organizations. So we're really proud of the properties that Eden has already developed, and looking forward to making this one a reality too. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Andrea to talk a little bit about Eden Housing.
Thank you, Kate. I think you said everything, but I'll talk briefly. So Andrea Osgood, Chief of Real Estate for Eden Housing. We are a nonprofit based in East Bay, but we do work statewide in California and have offices in San Diego and also Sacramento in addition to our home in Hayward. We've developed over 11,000 homes in California, all affordable, over 150 properties, and have our own management and services company. So really excited about this partnership with Kate and HIP Housing. And then I'll talk a little bit about what we have envisioned here as far as affordability, because sometimes people say, what does affordable mean? And so for a one-person household here in San Mateo County, we'll be serving people earning between $39,000 and $78,000, which corresponds roughly to a rent for a one-bedroom apartment of about $1,000 to $2,000. And so four-person household who might be interested in one of our 3 bedrooms at the property would earn between $55,000 and $111,000, with corresponding rents of roughly $1,500 to $2,800. And this just shows you what the breakdown of those 33 units is as far as affordability goes and bedroom size. So we have a range of 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms with a range of affordability between 30, 50, and 60% of the area median income. That's what AMI means. And then I also have more acronyms below that, but you may, for those of you that have been following your RHNA, your Regional Housing Needs Analysis, this may harken back to those days, but ELI stands for extremely low income, and the RHNA analysis doesn't go that deep. And VLI stands for very low income, so you'll be getting RHNA credit for VLI for both the 30% and the 50% under the very low income. And then the 60% income, or AMI units, are low income. So, sorry I got a little wonky there, but I know people pay attention to that. We're really excited about this opportunity. I actually had dinner in your lovely downtown. I don't want to give anyone a commercial, but it was lovely, and I walked around afterwards. So I think you all know this is a really great site, lots of rich amenities and job opportunities, and just a way to live your daily life by walking. So we're really excited about the location, and I'm going to hand it over to Rick now to talk a little bit about the neighborhood context and what we have proposed.
Thank you, Andrea. Rick Williams with Manmeter Williams Pollock Architects. We actually, many years ago, looked at and helped the city evaluate the feasibility of the Wheeler Plaza project. So we have been committed to this area and your community for a long time. And we're really excited about this downtown site. Family housing is really important to have in a downtown. Affordable family housing for workers at downtown so that they can live and work and play and raise their families there. And this is the ideal site. It's about as high a walk score as you can get. It's wonderful amenities. And the key ones really are, when you really look at them, it has a drugstore nearby, it has a grocery store nearby, and you can go from elementary school through middle school here. Once you're in high school, there's lots of other factors, but that's a real super benefit for housing, and this is going to score very well in all of those types of evaluations. But it's really just also a really great place to live. And so it also factors into some of our other design and program elements that we'll discuss later. The city did discuss already. Rucha did a great job presenting some of the improvements we're making, the alignment of the alley. We're also undergrounding the power lines along the frontage and developing the new streetscape along the power line so it connects well with Main Street there. And we're also dealing with lots of other little utilities, so that will be an improvement of the alley as a straight shot. Police and fire are excited about that as well. So it has other benefits besides just enlarging the site, which it does. It enlarges the development potential by having a site that is almost 14,000 square feet and is just about a third of an acre, as well as improving the portion of the alley and getting all of those improvements in place. So the overall summary of the proposal is 33 new family apartment homes we're maintaining kind of the classic style that fits into the community and the neighborhood. We have a wonderful, protected, secure courtyard for children that will get a lot of sun for gathering and play. We're undergrounding the utility lines. It's a total of 5 stories, which we have taken some of the height out of recently. And then we have 21 parking spaces, so it's about 0.6 parking spaces for one unit. So it doesn't have one-to-one parking, but we believe this is really the place that you can do that within your town to have a car-light community, and we'll discuss that further. I do want to point out that we do have a bike parking on the ground floor, and we have opportunities for additional tenant parking upstairs. This is a very tight site. We've had to include a fire pump for water pressure, booster pumps for the residential, a transformer. All of that is inside. It's not outside where you're going to look at it like you normally would on a development. So we place all of that, as well as the trash, all internal to the housing. But we've been able to maintain nice street frontage with the management offices, the lobby, and the bike access back in and out all along the street, as well as improving the entire streetscape with new trees, landscaping, planters, etc. The courtyard, I'm actually really excited about. It'll have play area for the kids, and it'll have the community room will spill out. And we were able to include a small meeting room, which is really going to be flexible for management once they get the residents in place to be able to formulate that. It could be a teen room, it could be a library, it could be a computer lab, it could be a whole bunch of other things, or it could be a meeting room for the residents. As was mentioned, we have a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. We have, we'll go over the mix in a little bit, but we do have a generous amount of 2 and 3 bedroom units, as is needed for family housing, which are difficult to find in many communities. We've also have additional storage. That was some of the feedback that we got early on, to try to find additional storage in each floor that's outside of the unit. So they will have closed, secure storage. We can decide whether or not we have additional room enough for the bikes to store in there as well, additional bikes if they have them above those on the ground floor. And then the corridors are going to be well appointed. These are not going to be utilitarian corridors. They wear well, but we think of adding color and focused on the entries. It's a pleasant living environment. We've worked with Eden Housing now for about 25 years and have done a number of developments, including one that my mother-in-law lives in, so that's pressure. We really look at having very efficient units. We have 9 3-bedrooms, 9 2-bedrooms, and 15 1-bedrooms, but they'll have a fully appointed kitchen that's rather large, a large bathroom that each one can be translated into being fully accessible. It's adaptable for accessibility. Nice bedroom with closets, entry closets, and a living room and dining kitchen in each of the units. So we really try to put the large units on the corners and the living spaces on the corners to get fully benefit of light. And we have large windows, et cetera, in the development. These are examples of community spaces that spill out to the courtyards, nicely appointed. These are full kitchens, nice cabinetry, hard countertops, and as we said, here's an example of a built-out, adaptable to accessible bathroom. And then we also have wonderful corridors that were well lit and have lots of color and are inviting spaces. We did stay with the Spanish style, kind of the Spanish historic pattern in this block, and do have a lot of modulation, and did step back the top floor. We couldn't quite step it back the required 10 feet or so, but we did step it back to create about a 4-foot step back on each ends, and then we have a larger step back in the center. So we were able to do that. The key element to us was to do a strong base to the building with lots of color and accent and material, a pretty basic middle to the building, and then highlight the top with accents and details in a strong roof form, which is what we've tried to accomplish here. There was, in the community meeting, there was a concern about how close the building would be to the adjacent property, and Wheeler Plaza is about 10 feet away from the property line, and our upper floors are also 10 feet away from the property line, and we have a small face of the building that actually faces Wheeler Plaza building itself. Others look down in the courtyard, but there is a small impact for a few units at that corner. We really wanted to focus on the streetscape and the color and the tile work on the street. We changed colors in this submittal to be a stronger blue color. We'll show you some details on the tile and really create kind of an artistic pattern there. We have planters along the street, new street trees, new landscaping, bike parking along the street for visitors, and we are also coordinating with the city to select the historic lampposts that will be in the front of the building as well. It's not shown on these images. It just got selected in the last few days. But so we will really feel like we have an active, interesting street frontage, which will really bring in a lot of active feel to the building in front, as well as kind of a unique canopy for the building entry as well. This is a view of kind of just a massing view of it from Cherry at Laurel, and then looking a little bit along the side and down the alley as well. I mentioned the materials, where you have a rich palette of materials, including a fire clay blue tile with accents. It was just serendipity that happens to be called San Carlos tile. They named it, I didn't, but I'll take a little credit for it. And we, as I mentioned, will have a unique entry feature as well. The windows are recessed. They are going to be more aluminum on the ground floor with this because they get integrated into the storefronts. But the upper floors, we're proposing vinyl. It'll be a dark color. It won't be white. It'll match the bronze on the ground floor. And then we have strong window detailing as well. This is also going to be, and it plays in the whole programming of the building. It'll probably be one of the more sustainable buildings as everything has been ratcheted up over time. The planting in the courtyard is also stormwater management. It'll be an all-electric building. We're going to have renewable energy up from the roof. One of the things is now, so the buildings are so tight, is that we really also are integrating indoor air quality, and that is both in the ventilation that we provide continuously in the units, which is now also a code requirement. But we also focus on the materials that we're putting in, from the casework and cabinetry to how we're installing the floor systems and things, so that we're using low and no VOC materials and paint and glues throughout on the project. We will have EV charging stations in the parking. It's really going to be focused on a bike-friendly community, and we will meet other energy levels tailored really around the funding to maximize the funding sources for the project overall as well. One of the big issues we all understand is that parking has been something that people have been used to getting, but this is really the place to have a car-light community. If we're going to change people's patterns and living, this is the location downtown with all the amenities we feel to have a car-light community where we have the right locations. And just to give you a sense, when we had stackers in the building, had 15 more spaces. When we were able to take those out, we saved between $1.5 and $2 million. So on the low end of that, that's $100,000 a parking space. And besides the cost savings, we really feel like this is a place that we can do a car light community and have the parking that we have today. I also have, this is really the trend in most of the affordable housing, particularly in downtown areas and along the El Camino Real. So I personally have gotten approved and am starting construction on a project down in Santa Clara, which is at 0.5 to 0.6 parking spaces per unit, family housing right on the El Camino Real, and it's 120 units total. And this is in a better location for both transit and amenities even than that one, as well as 2 other projects in Redwood City near downtown, which are both at 0.5 parking spaces per unit or a little bit lower. And those are family units just like these, 98 units in one, and the other is kind of a combination of veterans housing and market rate housing, which is at a total of 0.5 units also. So this is going to be the type of project that comes into the downtowns in the future, and it is really, we're spending more money on affordable housing and less of it on parking. So we maximize the benefit for the residents. And so this is something that we've been doing and really tailoring our transportation demand management program to facilitate the use of transit, bikes, walking, and also prioritizing local workforce, and also having a benefit for families that don't own a car, which we find is a certain proportion of the affordable housing community as well. So in a summary, this is a fantastic location with the 33 family units. That will be a unique project in downtown San Carlos. We do have the 21 parking spaces. It's an all-electric building. It will have EV charging station in it. This is really what downtown living is. This is a great community, great place to be doing it. We'll be improving the streetscape, and it will be a wonderful place for these families to be able to live within San Carlos. In our schedule, general schedule, if we're so fortunate to be approved, we'll be moving from Planning Commission to City Council in the summer and fall of this year. Planning on building permit submittal in 2024 with a construction start if we receive all the funding needed in the fall to winter of 2024. And then the construction duration is probably between, conservatively 20 months, but probably about 18 months. And hopefully that gets us residents to move in mid-2026. So it is a long process, diligent, but with this team, I think we can meet that. And we appreciate the opportunity to present the project. And if you have any questions, any of us are here to answer them. Thank you.
Rick, thank you, and Kate and Andrea, thank you also. Vice Chair and Commissioner Garvey, you probably have a number of questions. I know I have a few. So why don't we rotate through? Would you like to start, Vice Chair, and see if any of the members of the team can help?
Thank you, Chair. And good evening. I know this isn't a question, but I just want to say I'm so pleased to see this development team and architecture firm, together here in front of us, because you all are top in the industry for what you do, and I'm so happy to see reliable, experienced nonprofits with excellent architects together in our community. So first of all, I'm really happy. I just had a couple of technical questions, and really it was just about understanding the density bonus better with regards to parking, and then also kind of the trade-offs between not having a step back on the 4th and 5th floors and really what that gets you in terms of additional units I know this is a very small site and a very small number of units for a new construction project. And so I just wanted to see if you could elaborate a little bit about how the use of the density bonus helps with the feasibility and the design for the project on such a small site.
So I didn't bring all of the background studies that we did on it, but we did look at the step back requirements at the 4th and 5th floor. And in basic terms, by having 3 units across the front, so 2 levels, it'd be 6 units, and it would really be that those 3-bedroom units that are really on the corner would instead become like 1-bedroom units. And by being a 1-bedroom unit, we get more ones, which would require us to push some of our other 3- and 2-bedroom units down, because we couldn't get all the units that we wanted in the proportion that we would need. So even though it didn't eliminate a unit, technically we'd end up with about 4 less units by doing that 10-foot step back that we need on 2 levels. What we did do was about a 4-foot step back on the top level, and then in the middle portion, we stepped it back about 8 feet. And that way we maintained the units, but still got the benefit of a change in plane at that top level to emphasize the roof.
That's very helpful, Rick. Thank you. I think Kate has a comment, yeah.
I just wanted to make a comment about the 3 bedrooms. So HIP Housing has 0 3-bedroom apartments in their portfolio, and you can count the number of 3-bedroom apartments in the county on one hand. I mean, the idea of compromising a 3-bedroom unit would just be heartbreaking, because there's so few and such a need for family housing. So I was really supportive of the idea of whatever we could do to keep the 3 bedrooms.
Right, thanks. Right, so we heard Rick say that we would have ended up with more smaller units, but, given up some 3s. Yeah.
Just to be clear, what would happen is, because those would become 1s, we'd have to get the unit someplace else to maximize it. So we'd end up just having to lose units, because we'd have to lose some 1s other place to build up to get the 3s that we need. So at the end, we would have probably ended up with 28 to 29 units.
Right. Could I also ask a question about height? Maybe Rick stays up there. So my understanding is that, the density bonus could have allowed this building to go higher, and really you're only a handful of feet over the normal max for that zone. So can you talk about how you think through the context, and then and in that particular location, why this height is achievable, why you didn't have to go higher, and when you could have. So, yeah.
So we would be able to add additional height. I think we could have actually added 2 additional stories to the building. We felt that we didn't want to really go higher than the adjacent large building, and the recent building, Wheeler Plaza. And there's also some penalties that you get when you start to go above 60 feet. Right now, we're just under 60 feet, as you noticed. It creates a man lift during construction, which creates about $250,000 worth of additional cost with nothing else. But we really felt that fitting into the neighborhood, this is a transition. There's lots of lower buildings in the area. So we wanted to model it and stay as consistent as we could with Wheeler Plaza. And I felt like we were pretty successful at that.
Thanks. Did you want to add?
I'll just add, because maybe you're asking about also the financial feasibility. And so we directed our architect to find that right context balance, but we're also thinking about the state level financing and the rules that the tax credit wants us to get to. And so this is a project that is very fundable under the tax credit rules. We have to have a certain number of 3 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms, and so this meets that.
This is a 9% deal?
Yeah.
High resource areas, ding, ding, ding.
That's the plan, yes.
Very good, excellent. I was just going to ask one more thing, which is the project on such a tiny site. I know it's hard to do parking under. And so I frankly am amazed that you're getting as many units as you are on this small of a site. But I wondered again if, Rick, maybe you could talk about the dimensions, like the challenge of kind of going down and turning corners on such a small site and getting that many parking units as you actually were able to.
Well, first off, we were benefited by the fact that we had an alley. So by being on a side with an alley, we were able to first have the garage enter off the side. We had almost exactly the perfect dimensions for just a double row parking one way and a double row parking the other. We did at one point explore what it would take to do a ramp on the project, and it would basically eat up a whole level, and we'd have to go down 2 levels to be able to achieve the same number of parking spaces we currently have, because it would take a whole area out of it. So, and there isn't any additional benefit by going under the part of the building that has lobby and management offices and everything. So we just found that it would have been twice as expensive as the stackers that we had thought of planning, and those were $100,000 a space, so we felt that it just wasn't proportionate. That even for regular housing, 100,000 a parking space is kind of unrealistic in today's world. Okay.
All right, one more question. And actually for Andrea, for Kate, do you have a sense, I know in the old days, affordable housing was generally overparked, and there are a lot of spaces unused, and that's why today's calculators acknowledge that lower income people are more likely to take transit. So do you have any anecdotes that you could share about kind of older projects? Well, didn't like Ohlone Chenoweth at the train station that was crazy amounts of parking a million years ago versus kind of the more efficient execution here in a super walkable area?
Yeah, I think we are increasingly building less and less parking in all of our developments. I even see it in my own staff. I have a lot of younger 20-somethings, and they just own fewer cars. So I think there's just a shift in the population, and we're in construction on a project in Marin County in a downtown that has 0 parking spaces. That is a senior development, but still 0, whereas for many years, for the last 20 years, we've been building half a space for senior. So we fully expect there to be plenty of demand, and we think that families and households are going to be self-selecting into these apartment communities where they know and have already made a choice to have fewer cars. So I would say yes.
Thank you. That's all I have, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Clements. Commissioner Garvey.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, everyone, for the excellent presentations. 2 questions. The first one is a general question. Does the affordability of these units continue on into perpetuity, or might, after so many years, the tenant change, there's a change and maybe it goes away? Can you speak to that kind of generally? How does it work?
Sure. When we first get started, we'll have a 55-year affordability covenant that comes from likely the city, but also the state for the tax credits that we get. But I think you can see that HIP Housing is a great partner. Their affordability covenant on the existing property lapsed several years ago, and they're still holding it as affordable. And Eden, also as a nonprofit, is committed to continuing that. And most of the time, what we end up having to do in that 55-year time period is go back and get a new tranche of tax credits eventually to, take care of the building, add a new roof, et cetera. And that'll trigger a new 55-year covenant. And so it's not technically in perpetuity when we get started, but I think in practicality, we see it lasting a very, very long time.
That's helpful. And might, over time, the level of affordability that you're envisioning now might that change, or once will it always be so many low income, very low income? How does that work?
Yes, the existing covenant will always stay. Those levels and what that income is changes every year, but yes, it'll always be a 30% unit, and so whatever 30% incomes are in 20 years, if we have a vacancy, that's who we're going to lease to. Now, that said, if somebody moves in and their income changes a little bit, we don't like immediately kick them out. They have to income qualify when they move in, but definitely when people move out and we're releasing units, we would be releasing at a 30% income at that time.
That's helpful, thank you. And the last question I had was about the parking. How will the parking spaces be allocated, and will there be a charge?
No charge. Because we're restricted in what we can charge for rent, we typically charge a rent. And HIP will be the property manager, but on our buildings where we have less than one space per unit, we typically do a lottery, and we limit each household to one space. So you can't, it's not like you can enter the lottery and if you win 3 spaces, you get 3 spaces. Like if you enter the lottery, you can win 1 and then that's it. And so if somebody moves out and they had a space, then there would be a similar kind of lottery for the next household that wanted a space.
Thank you, that's very helpful. That's all the questions I had.
Thank you, Commissioner. Andrea, maybe this is for you as well, but maybe for Kate. I think you were speaking about this being a very financeable project. In the event that financing doesn't come through, then what happens with the agreement with the city and what happens with the property?
So Eden has always finished our projects. Some of them take a little longer than we wanted to for them to take, but we've always been able to get something done. So I would say, you know, the schedule that we put in front of you does presume that we're going to be successful kind of right out of the bat, and there are reasons that I think that we could be. This is a very small project, which means it might be able to sneak in and pick up amount of tax credits that other projects might not be able to use. It's also, as Commissioner Clements noted, in a high resource area, so the state is really focusing on making those projects really competitive. So I think you've seen that HIP Housing and Kate has been a great partner and very patient, and I think we will be too. So we will work with you and do what it takes to get it financed. So.
Okay, we'll
That answer your
count
question?
on your energy to deliver. And then maybe just a couple of little details for Rick, if you don't mind. I didn't notice, are like heat and hot water and air conditioning contained for each unit, or are they central and group? Like, how does that manage?
Right now, we're anticipating individual hot water in each unit, as well as heating and cooling. So we typically try to contain them within the unit. We've evaluated, because it's a small site, we evaluated a central system versus a individual system on the hot water heating. And it usually plays out that if it's under 60 units, 50 units, the individual hot water is the better way to go. So that's the way we have it planned currently, and each unit will have its own individual heating and cooling as well.
Okay, good. And then maybe then one follow-up, and this is just sort of the mechanics of the facility. How is trash and recycle and composting managed when you have a project like this? You're not asking people to wheel bins up and down the elevator once a week, or are you?
No, we aren't. So there is a trash room, and it has multiple trash chutes for recycling and trash. Typically, we don't do composting with that way, though. We'll put a small bin in the trash room, and that will be handled by management and brought down to to the trash room on the ground floor by management. We don't want to have the elevator and everybody carrying their trash around. So we do that. And we've also, spoken with the trash company and had them evaluate the rooms and the room on the ground floor and the number of units we have, as well as how many trash containers we have on the ground floor and how they're going to operate it and open and close the gate and the door so that it remains shut. And they just do it when they do pickup, and that's it. So it'll be pretty invisible.
Great, and those are off the alley, right?
And that's off the alley, yes.
Okay, good, thank you. I'm complete on questions myself. Vice Chair Clemens?
Thank you, Chair. I had a question for staff, if Adam could come up. It looks like the disposition development and loan agreement anticipates a fee simple conveyance of the city-owned property. Did the city think through a ground lease structure, and was that something that the developer performed? Because sometimes that can work better, and of course can also operate for longer periods than 55 years. So could you talk through how you decided to convey fee simple?
Absolutely. So the primary reason we're not doing a ground lease here is because HIP Housing already owns a significant portion of the site. So they're already in control of it, and it makes more sense for the city to transfer the property rather than for them to transfer it to the city.
Got it. So just purchase the extra and then convey.
Exactly.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, you'd have to come up with some money to buy the existing ground from HIP. So got it. Thank you, Adam. I think that's all I have.
Great, thank you. So why don't we'll turn it over to public comment. And I have 3 speaker requests, but I'm not sure if they're for this project or not. So I have Jack Moore for Cherry Street project. Yes, please come on up. And if you would respect our 2-minute clock, that'd be great. Thank you.
Be easy. I'm Jack Moore, a property owner and part-time resident in Wheeler Plaza. And I just had basic, I don't have a position to take, I just had some basic questions. Most of them have been answered. Glad to see that the height is being kept, at the same level as Wheeler Plaza. That's good. I guess 2 questions really. One is, and this is a question I would think you all would want to consider pretty carefully. With the limited parking, what sort of pressure is this going to put on the public parking at in the Wheeler Plaza garage? And I don't even know if the public parking there, can cars stay in there indefinitely, or what's the story with that? So that's one question. And then the second question is just, it has to do with affordability. And with the utilities, are those, do the rents include utilities, or are the utility bills paid in addition to the rents? Those are my 2 questions.
Great, thank you very much. And you picked up one of mine as well for later, so
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. I have Jean Teal. Jean, for this, no, later. Very good. I'll save yours. And then I have Diane Levinson. Diane, later? Okay, very good. Thank you. Lynette, do we have any hands raised online?
Currently, we do not have any hands raised.
Okay, we'll say going once, twice. All right, in which case I would accept a motion to close the public comment.
I move that we close public comment.
I'll second that.
Great, thank you. Roll call.
Commissioner Garvey,
Yes.
Vice Chair Clements.
Yes.
And Chair Iacoponi.
Yes. Very good. Commissioner Garvey, do you want to kick us off with reflections and your thoughts on the project?
Thank you, Chair. I usually have lots of questions about the transportation demand management plan, so I want to just make a few comments because I really, not only do I like the project, I like the plan. The reduced parking, the location near, I think it was 5 Samtrans routes. One of them is a high-frequency route. The location near the train station, I think this is the first project we've seen as a commission where all of the parking that's allocated is going to be EV ready. So that has always been important to me to see electric vehicle options available, and now we have all of the parking associated with this project being EV ready. And I liked the long-term bike storage, and what a great idea to install a fix-it stand. I think this might be the first project that has anticipated, oh, people might want to fix their bikes, and they can do it on site at the fix-it stand. So I just wanted to make a few positive comments about the Transportation Demand Management Plan. It's a good plan, it's a strong plan, and it supports a strong project, and I just wanted to put a few comments on the record about that. This project has been in the pipeline a long time, and I want to commend everyone for bringing it back. And for me personally, right when I first came on the commission 4 years ago, an item related to this project came up, and so it's really heartwarming to see it now come back, and it's ready for adoption. Also, the location, and I want to just say a word about it's affordable family housing near downtown, and that doesn't happen very often. And San Carlos really is the city of good living, and this project, I think, really helps take us towards that goal. And I also liked the comments from Rick, the architect, on the sustainability of the building and many of the things they've done with all electric, with stormwater, et cetera, to make it such a sustainable development. So I am supportive of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Vice Chair Clements.
Thank you, Chair. Building on Commissioner Garvey's comments, I do want to say that in another location, having this kind of parking ratio, while totally legal under state law, may produce some more questions. But I think, as you all know, we have a lovely downtown. This is like in the lovely downtown and so close to transit. It's really an extraordinary location. Also, the micromobility parking and the focus on bikes, I think both are really important. And again, exceeding trip reduction or reducing it by 30%, not just the city's required or the CCAG required, is laudable. So I think all of this is falling together with a really good design. I do want to say, I mean, to get 2-bedroom apartments downtown, fantastic. To get 3-bedroom apartments downtown is extraordinary. I couldn't be happier about the unit mix. This really unusual. It's difficult to do 3-bedroom affordable properties or units within properties. So I really want to commend you for trying to have a range of affordability and unit sizes. It's excellent. I think the architecture being so compatible to the nearby Wheeler Plaza property and lovely, I think really works, and I find it very attractive. I want to commend you for the use of the real clay tile roof, not a simulated or kind of same color kind of tile, because I know cost is a factor. With that, and I've seen many affordable properties in the South Bay that did not go to that next step and that expense of doing the real clay tile, and I love it. So I think it's prominent and beautiful. So I appreciate that. Again, excellent use of a very small site. Kudos to the city for making this work. Big kudos to HIP Housing for continuing to keep rents affordable despite the expiring use restrictions. This is why it's excellent to work with nonprofits and quality nonprofits, so I really want to recognize you for that. And then just a couple more. The undergrounding power along the frontage, I think, is important and being done, so that's excellent. The additional storage is really a great amenity. And then, what we could see on the community room opening up onto the courtyard and really having kind of a protected space for the family, for kids and families there, I think is excellent. So I'm really happy with the design. I'm thrilled that we're getting some more extremely low-income units in San Carlos because we have so few. And I am just so excited by this proposal. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Clements. I'd like to actually just make three points or have three thoughts, and I want to start with the one speaker's question, and maybe staff can help. In the event that a resident above 21 vehicles has a vehicle and it gets parked at Wheeler Plaza, like, are they going to get towed, or what unintended consequences might this create?
So at Wheeler Plaza, there is a time limit during the day. So it's possible that I believe it expires at 6 p.m. each night. So it's possible someone could park overnight there potentially, and we couldn't prevent them from doing that. But during the day, they would have to move their vehicle. And if the vehicle is there during the day for longer than the time limit, they would get ticketed and receive a violation. And so they wouldn't be able to continue doing that.
Okay. And was there any discussion in the development of, I'll call it a safety valve for residents on any other surface space owned by the city, or a deal with Caltrain for, a number of spaces there which are underutilized?
It's possible that, we did bring that up, but we decided not to go forward with it, frankly, just because we didn't want to direct people to those sites necessarily. And we're fairly confident that the parking ratios that are there are going to be what's actually needed.
Okay, well, I think the team have experience that I know I don't in terms of what actually transpires. So let's start with the plan as we have it, and then so long as, the city remains open to contingency and, not penalizing people who, if we end up with more families that actually need to have a vehicle, or maybe in some cases 2 vehicles because they have 2 working parents and need 2 vehicles, that we don't actually put more pressure on our residents on local streets, which I think is something that we hear all of the time, and I think we ought to respect and find a different solution. So I just want to be on record that it's up to us to find alternatives rather than just have it be on-street parking in the neighborhoods, if we get there, okay? Good, thank you.
And through the chair, if
Yeah.
I may just provide this additional information for the record, through the Downtown Specific Plan project, we are going to be doing a downtown-wide parking study, which is going to be looking at parking management solutions.
Perfect, great. Well, look forward to the outcome of that as well. This is maybe a personal comment from experience, and that's with regard to the choice of the vinyl for the windows. So I get that it's probably a really cost-effective option, and I'm sure it has, a good 10-year life. And I don't know if it has a long life, and I guess I'm a little concerned that will result in a premature failure and then a premature capital call, so to speak, for replacement of a lot of windows rather than just get it done now and go with a more durable material. Can you comment on how you thought about that?
So we work a long time on the windows, and vinyl windows are getting better and better and better all the time. So they're also not quite the same grade that you might see slapped into a single family house. They're higher quality. We work with manufacturers that are tried and true. We can now get them in a variety of colors. We have one right now that when one manufacturer couldn't provide it, we ended up getting our extrusions from Germany. So they're actually super high quality, and it was a little bit of an upcharge, but it fit the bill on a project similar to this one. And we also have a good track record with it. The way we haven't really seen windows fail after they've been installed. What we really do is spend a lot of time with our waterproofing consultants. Our clients using contractors that are installing these windows over time. For many projects, they stand behind them. We're watching them for now 33 years in my instance, and we haven't had just total window failures, and we've been using vinyl windows all of that time. So we aren't using the lowest common denominator of vinyl windows, and we feel confident that they will both hold their color, hold their operations, and be watertight and water resistant for I can't say the life of the building, but for the foreseeable future.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad you considered it. And I think I would just wrap to echo my colleagues. It's an attractive building, and I think the city will be very proud to have it as part of the community when it's complete, for what it stands for, creating housing for those who we want to be part of our community and can't afford to today. So with that, I put in my support, and I'd like to, I think we have two, we've heard from the commissioner, so I think we have two things that we have to consider. Now, one is we have a finding with regard to the not only the design review and TMD, but also that the disposition of the property is within conformance of the general plan. So we can do all these at once, yes? Okay. Carried motion? Yeah.
Do you mind if I did it? I'm just so happy to be approving affordable housing in San Carlos, so thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. I'd like to move that the Planning and Transportation Commission approve the request for design review and a transportation demand management plan to allow for the construction of a new 5-story residential building consisting of 33 affordable for-rent units at 1232 to 1244 Cherry Street, and find the disposition of city property to be in conformance with the general plan, APN 050-132-110, 050-132-100, and 050-680-040, based on the findings and for the reasons incorporated into the staff report.
I will second that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Garvey,
Yes.
Vice Chair Clements,
Yes.
and Chair Iacopone.
Yes. We'll look forward to the ribbon cutting in 20 months. Okay, maybe not from today.
We did get invited to the ribbon cut, the celebration part, right? Thank you. Excellent, thank you.
Very good, thank you. There is an appeal process. The Planning and Transportation Commission's action will be final unless appealed to the City Council within 10 days of the date of this action. Therefore, the deadline to file an appeal is 5 p.m. Monday evening, June 19th. Very good. Let's see, our next item is another project, and this is specifically a planned development. This is a public hearing regarding 841 Old County Road, APN 046133160, 046134050, 046134060, 046135010, 046135020, and 046135040. I'm trusting you didn't repeat any of these.
APNs.
And 046182100, 046182110, and 046182150. This is a public hearing to consider recommending the City Council certify the mitigated negative declaration and adopt the planned development zoning, associated planned development plan, approve the development agreement, and consider approving the design review, tentative parcel map, transportation demand management plan, and the grading and dirt haul certificate for this project. And Lisa, I think you have a presentation.
Thank you.
And through the chair, if I may just make a quick announcement, I would like to let the commission know that our city attorney, Greg Rubens, is here this evening attending through Zoom. Just wanted to let you all know that he's here tonight.
Very good. Thank you. Welcome, Greg.
Hello, everyone.
Great, thank you. Thank you for that long introduction, Chair. Appreciate it. I'll skip that slide. So the subject site before you this evening is at the northeast corner of Commercial Street and Old County Road. The property is 3.41 acres in area and currently improved with several commercial buildings. The site is zoned heavy industrial with a general plan land use designation of planned industrial. And just to orient you a bit, the site is located with our Eastside Innovation District Plan area. As I indicated, it's at the northeast corner of Commercial Street, Old County Road, with Branston Street located on the northern side of the site. So it's right there in the middle of that red square. The request by the applicant is to develop 2 new research and development life science buildings with 2 levels of below-grade parking and associated landscaping and site improvements. The entitlements for consideration tonight include, as you indicated in the title of the agenda, recommendations to the City Council on the Plan Development Zoning and the Plan Development Plan. Also, recommendation on the development agreement, as well as the CEQA review, which was the mitigated negative declaration. And then action before the Planning and Transportation Commission tonight is on the design review, tentative parcel map, grading and dirt haul, and transportation demand management plan. So I'll walk through the project and each of those entitlements. First, this is the proposed site plan. So Commercial Street is on the right or south side of the site, and Branston's on the left or the north side, and Old County Road at the bottom or west. So the northern building along Branston Road is proposed at 4 stories. The southern building along Commercial Street is proposed at 5 stories. We also have 2 levels of underground parking under the entire site. An access lane is provided to the rear of the buildings, providing access to the loading docks, parking levels, and fire access to the site. The fire department really appreciates the ability to travel from Commercial Street all the way through to the site to Branston and be able to have, so much access to these buildings from all the street sides as well as the rear of the property. There is a central landscape courtyard between the buildings, the front portion of which will be accessible to the public. And the applicant also proposes a publicly accessible cafe with an outdoor plaza at the corner of Commercial Street and Old County Road. The project includes undergrounding all the utilities along the property frontage, implementation of the East Side Connect, which includes new sidewalks, street trees, and lighting along Old County Road, a new 2-way cycle track along the west side of Old County Road that implements the Bike and Pedestrian Master Plan, a new crosswalk to the pedestrian train undercrossing for access to El Camino and downtown, and that's right at Commercial Street, new sidewalks and street trees along Commercial Street, and implementation of the Discovery Path that was indicated in the East Side Innovation Plan along Branston with a pedestrian hawk beacon at that corner crossing Old County Road. And then starting with the plan development zoning plan development plan. This is requested for height, floor area, setback, as well as we've added a requirement for land use. So on the height category, the underlying zoning allows a 50-foot height limit, and the applicant is requesting to go up to 74 feet 6 inches to the roof line and 83 feet to top a mechanical screen for the northern building. That's the 4-story building. And for the 5-story building, requesting a height of 90 feet 6 inches to the roof and 99 feet to the top of the mechanical screen. The floor area for the site underlying zoning has a 1.0 floor area as the site is larger than 1 acre. And the request is to establish the site floor area at 2.28. And that results in a total floor area of 170 square feet for both buildings. Also requesting a reduced setback on Commercial Street to 2 feet 6 inches, where 5 feet is the requirement. And I can talk a little bit more later about why that's needed. And then for the category of the uses, so we've established that all uses in the underlying zoning, the heavy industrial zoning district, would carry forward. And so that does allow research and development as a permitted use. But since the City Council has not made a final action yet on the biosafety recommendation that came from the Planning and Transportation Commission, we've added requirement here that a future lab tenant usage would be permitted at BSL level 1 or 2 and only allowed at BSL 3 if there are city council approved regulations in effect. So I may be able to change that. The city council's due to consider the BSL ordinance at their June 26 meeting, so we may be able to update that wording at the city council meeting when it considers the plan development zoning. The next entitlement to consider is design review. This is the view of the building at Old County Road and Commercial Street. So you see the 5-story building at this corner with the upper level step back and also a lower height along Commercial Street. And then the 4-story buildings in the foreground to the north along Branston. And the architect's here this evening and can provide more detail on the design for you. This is the view of the publicly accessible courtyard, as well as the bridge connecting the two buildings at the 3rd and 4th floors. And this is the courtyards located along Old County Road. And this is a view if you were on the other side of El Camino. So you're looking east at the site, and you're essentially at the corner of El Camino and Arroyo. So you can see the railroad berm, the train in the distance, and you can also see that pedestrian undercrossing that connects to Commercial Street. And this is another view from El Camino, more of a bird's eye perspective. So the grayed out building on the right side is the proposed Alexandria development at 987 Commercial Street. And then in the foreground, closer to the bay, you see 825, 835 Industrial. That project was known as Meridian 25, currently owned by Alexandria. So this proposed building that's before you this evening is in scale with other recently approved buildings and the proposed building to the south, the Alexandria campus, as well as a proposed building we have to the north at 789 Old County Road, proposed by the Minkoff Group. Planning Commission approval is required when grading in dirt hall exceeds 1,000 cubic yards. The site grading here is 121,000 cubic yards of soil, and that's due to the 2 levels of below-grade parking. The grading will occur to a depth of approximately 23 feet and will essentially remove any and all contaminated soil on the site. The truckloads are required to be covered when they're carrying any soil, and you have here the dirt hall route. Transportation and demand management plans are required for all new projects in the city to reduce 20% trip reduction. And so there's a number of measures here that the applicant has proposed. It's really in close proximity to the Caltrain station. It's 0.3 of a mile, a 6-minute walk or a 2-minute bike ride, and also in close proximity to downtown and all its amenities. And then the tentative parcel map would merge those 6 parcels to create one 3.41 acre parcel and only one APN. And the site will have adequate access from vehicle, pedestrian, and fire access from public streets, which is one of your required findings. We've also evaluated this project not only for compliance with the zoning code, the general plan, but the Eastside Innovation District Vision Plan, which is a guiding document. And I've outlined all of the areas here where the project complies. I'll show you the discovery path in a little more detail in a moment. I also mentioned the Eastside Connect Bike and Ped Master Plan. It does include an activity hub, and that's the cafe at the corner of Commercial Street with an outdoor courtyard. It improves Old County Road and Commercial Street, and we really have close coordination with the development teams of Alexandria in this project because there's a lot of turning radius templates we need to ensure worked at that intersection, so that took quite some time. Publicly accessible plaza space, promotes environmental stewardship, and there's a contribution towards community benefits. So what we do for all these planned development projects is we have our city's fiscal consultant evaluate the additional value of the project compared to the baseline project under existing zoning. And our consultant determined that value to be a total of $14 million. The city negotiates a 50-50 split with the developer. So that results in the city receiving $7 million in community benefit contributions. The proposed benefits include contributions to Downtown Improvement Fund, Community Improvement and Recreation Fund, and a Green Energy Sustainability Fund. And the actual uses of those funds would be determined by the City Council. In addition, we've discussed and given credit for the publicly accessible cafe, as well as the bike and pedestrian path. Project will also be required to pay city impact fees. These are the estimated impact fees based on the plans that we've reviewed today, but they're going to be calculated and finalized at the building permit submittal stage. So they may adjust a bit, but this is just to give you a sense of that. Commercial linkage fee we use towards affordable housing, sewer connection and capacity fees, traffic impact fee for area improvements, and then as well the child care impact fee. And then I wanted to give you a little more detail of the discovery path along Branston. So in response to comments from the greater East Side community, the applicant met with the leads. They've adjusted the width of the landscape strip to accommodate a larger tree. And as you see from the elevation graphic, you see it's a 40-foot tall tree, and it is outside of the fire department's access for aerial apparatus. We've had that additional larger street tree reviewed by the city arborist, and after their consideration, we've decided to shift that to a Catalina ironwood tree along Branston, and the applicants agreed to this tree substitution. It's an evergreen tree that would grow to a 40-foot height, and it also has low water usage. This is the cafe. It's about 1,300 square feet, located at the corner there at Commercial and Old County Road in the south building. It would be separately leased and publicly accessible. It includes a patio near that pedestrian undercrossing with good access to El Camino and downtown. And the development agreement also has some built-in flexibility on the leasing and the tenant use for the space, given that there may not be a high demand for a cafe right now, but in the very near future likely would be when all the other developments come online. So we have that outlined in the development agreement. In accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, an initial study and mitigated negative declaration have been prepared. The project will not have an impact to the environment with implementation of the mitigation measures that we have here. Air quality you're familiar with during construction to ensure no reduced emissions. Biological and nesting bird survey. Cultural resources during construction if anything is found. Geological, also during construction. Hazardous is implementation of the remediation plan for safe removal of the contaminated soil. And then there's a noise requirement also for the rooftop equipment as well as the construction equipment to ensure the rooftop equipment complies with the city's noise ordinance. So the mitigated negative declaration was available for a 30-day public review period from January through February 21st of this year. We did not receive any public comments during that period. However, we did receive one public comment after the close of the public comment period, and that's been addressed in the CEQA response memo. The San Carlos resident expressed concern with water usage, displacement of groundwater, and risk of flooding, energy use, hazardous materials, and water quality as well as discharge. The CEQA consultants, Lanfear Gregory, has prepared a memo in responding to those comments, and that's included in attachment 10 of your staff report. The CEQA consultant concluded that no additional analysis is warranted, and the CEQA consultant is here this evening virtually, as well as the traffic consultant if you have any questions for them. The mitigation monitoring and reporting plan is included as an attachment to the CEQA resolution and will be required to be implemented. We also prepared the non-CEQA related traffic analysis. So that study evaluated the safety and any potential impacts to nearby intersections. The study did not find any impacts with the proposed development. And the applicant, as I indicated, will be installing a pedestrian beacon at Branston and Old County Road, as well as paying for their proportional share of some improvements to a Howard intersection that was found under a cumulative analysis. And as I indicated, traffic consultants here virtually if you have questions. Public notice was mailed to all occupants and property owners within 300 feet of the site May 23rd, published in the newspaper on May 24th. We have received 2 comment letters, one expressing concern with the CEQA analysis, as I mentioned, and the other expressing support with the project. The applicant, as I mentioned, also met with the leads of the Greater East Side neighborhood and made revisions based on their input. Those revisions were the increased tree size on Branston to screen the building, as well as a reduction in the height of the mechanical screen. And the reduced height is reflected in all of your documents. I do have a few revisions to the conditions of approval after discussing it with the applicant, and you have copies in front of you, and we also have made copies available for the public back at the dais. So that's the red line version. Item 24 talks about the TDM plan. We had indicated it's the responsibility of the applicant, but it's also and/or its tenants, so that's appropriate to clarify. And item 74 and 75 were actually the request of our city attorney to be consistent with the development agreement and call out the requirement for subdivision improvement agreement to implement those off-site improvements that are shown on the plans. And then also an easement, provide public access for the central courtyard is just clarified in item 75, and that's also in the development agreement. Commercial Street, storm drain, this also has to do with coordination of the timing of that implementation with the 987 commercial, the Alexandria project. So if this one goes ahead of it, then there would need to be a fair share agreement between both parties for that commercial street project to also share the cost of that work. And then as indicated, Howard Street would be a proportional share based on the city providing a nexus and the proportionality analysis. And then finally, 98 is just a clarification on what the 5 feet is measured from. It's the property line, and that's relating to the mitigation measure on noise. That concludes the staff presentation. The applicant and their architect are also here this evening to give you a brief presentation. So
Great, thank you, Lisa. And we'd love to hear from the applicant and their architect.
And then we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Lisa. Good evening, Planning Commissioners. My name is Jeff Sobrato, and I'm the project manager on behalf of our company, the Sobrato Organization, for our office development on Old County Road in San Carlos's east side. Our company has been both a highly respected commercial and multifamily developer, as well as deep-in-place philanthropic leader in Silicon Valley, helping contribute to and shape the valley for almost 70 years. The Sobrato Organization is still and will continue to be a family-owned and operated business, and I'm now the 4th generation to be involved with it. We have a few mixed-use commercial and residential projects underway in San Mateo County, including 2 in Redwood City, but the project we're presenting today is Sobrato's first project in the city of San Carlos and our first life science development. And we are thrilled with the project, and we are thrilled with the opportunity to develop here and expand this already vibrant city. As a development company, we approach our projects with a sensitivity to the surrounding context and are community sensitive, and we believe that there is a right way to develop. After acquiring the project site in 2019, we participated with the other developers and community in the city staff-led East Side Vision Plan at all of their meetings, which helped guide how the property's immediate neighborhood would develop. This process was designed to ensure the connectivity and a strong pedestrian experience for an area that would redevelop into higher density office use. We fully support the vision plan that was developed and designed a project to comply with the plan's requirements and goals. We would like to share that design with you today and hope to receive input and support from this council. We have our design team here with us today with our architects, civil engineer, transportation consultant, and landscape architect, some of which are on Zoom. And I'm now going to turn it over to our building architect, Mark Feniger with Studios Architecture, to walk you through the details. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Welcome, Mark.
Thank you very much, members of the commission, staff. It's a pleasure to be here tonight. Let's see if we can get this going. So just briefly, I'd like to also thank members of our team that were part of contributing to this. And we do have, in our presentation, details about the project. They're also in your packet and in our submission attached. So I'm not going to go over this, but happy to answer any questions. As Lisa's mentioned, we'd like to start with just citing the project where it is. It is located in the East Side District Vision Plan. And what's interesting to us about this is a neighborhood that has a history of industrial development, industrial research. Currently it is all one-story, mostly one-story industrial buildings. But if you pay attention to what's happening there, over the years, while a lot of it is sort of heavy and mechanical type of stuff, this is places where things like helicopters and airplanes and vehicles, a lot of work has been done there in the research area. It's located near the airport. There's history back to the Hiller, early development of the helicopter. So there's some interesting stuff happening here, and we're really excited about the site. The site's located on the edge of this, and that raises some things that we were curious about. There are residential neighborhoods, to both to the north and to the west, and worthy of consideration. We started the project by looking at the East Side Innovation District and the big moves. The city outlined a series of big moves that they felt were critical for the success of this district. And we really embraced them and made them the core part of our planning for the project. And just to talk about some of them, started off with this idea of integrating the district, our site, through a series of open spaces, an open space network. You know, the key thing that was just talked about was the discovery path, about how we try to thread it through the mid-block, get it to Branston, and then connect, you know, appropriately along Old County. Also, there's several sustainability initiatives as part of the big moves that we've adopted, and really think about, you know, for this district to be successful, there has to be multimodal transportation. You have to think about how will people arrive by train, by car, by bike, by foot, and really integrate that in a way that separates those traffics and makes it safe. In the end, it's about connections, and the activity hub was a big part of that, and really trying to make sure that we integrated that. To give a sense of scale for our project, outlined in red is our project, and you can see in this axon the proposed development to the upper part of the plan in the Alexandria project, as well as the Minkoff project, which is below us. We've intentionally tried to pay attention to the recent development that's been built and proposed, and tried to develop a plan that is massed in a way that appears appropriate, but also considerate that there are neighborhoods nearby that we look on the trains, across the train tracks, and as well as to the neighborhoods to the north. One of the early concepts of the project was it would be, you know, a logical first step to start with a single building that's about 300,000 square feet. But we didn't think that was right. And also, rather than put a parking garage right next to it. So we started off by proposing, could we put the parking garage below grade, and then take the building and split it apart. And what we wanted to do was create an open space between the buildings, an open space that would both activate the ground plane for the tenants, but also activate the ground plane for the city. And then we thought, can we wrap these buildings, and I'm just going to use the term with a hard surface, something like a brick or a stone or a terracotta, and that was to protect the building from the environment. You know, not so much that we have a harsh environment, but to really, from an energy conservation point of view, these are great materials that can help keep the energy in and minimize, you know, energy going out from an all glass building, for example. And then very carefully think about where we could focus I'll just use the glassier sides of the buildings, the parts of the building that have more glass, in the areas that focus in on these open spaces and these porches. Really put the light and that connection that's directly adjacent to it. We also spent some time walking around the neighborhood. I live just a few blocks away from this site, and it's an interesting neighborhood to walk around. And we noticed that there may not be many, but there are some brick buildings in this neighborhood. There's some stone buildings. And the use of brick sort of suggests a timelessness. It sort of evokes something that's appropriate of industrial research and development. And it sort of is a material that suggests that, you know, it's appropriate for the future and today. There's a lot of these light metal buildings that have this sort of lightness to them, but the way they hit the sky with the roofs we thought was really interesting. And then the presence of the train tracks has sort of like a heaviness with the concrete. And so these are materials we thought would be appropriate to adopt, because we really want the project to feel like it is of the area, from the area. You know, although new, we wanted it to sort of adopt, you know, a local vernacular and make it feel like it was appropriate and maybe could have been built quite a while ago. You know, putting all that together, here's a zoomed in axon of the first drawing I showed you. That shows this idea of, from a materiality point of view, starting with a concrete base with a brick middle that has this industrial character, and at the top having this light metal top with a different shape than your typical vertical, you know, screen, mechanical screen, but drawing from some of the shapes of these metal roofs that you see in the neighborhood. This also shows this idea of breaking up the mass of two buildings into a building that can start to read like three buildings, and how that, and pushing that facade along Old County back. Currently, the sidewalks in Old County are 4 and 6 feet, and one of the discussions with the city is, can we really get an appropriate width on Old County? Here is a plan, of the project that further shows this open space that we're creating, and also just further shows how we are intentionally trying to knit this site back into its surroundings, to the neighborhood, and to the community. For example, along Commercial, you see the salmon drawing, which is the pedestrian connection, and really thinking about how that can be knit into the project. And on Old County, there's a vision of bicycle corridor coming through here, and how do you knit that into the site in a way that really lets more bicycles move through the site. And then finally along Branston, as Lisa talked about, the discovery path, but thinking about how that can come from the middle block, move along our site, and then appropriately along the edge of Branston, so that it can connect at that intersection in a safe way. Lisa got my notes on this and said exactly what I was going to say, so I'm not going to dwell on it much, other than to say one of the things that was interesting about the development of the discovery path on Branston was we initially had the trees out at the street, and what that was resulting is, because the fire truck ladder access has to go over it, it was limiting the heights of the trees. And one of the feedback we got from the community engagement was really trying to figure out, is there a way to get taller trees here? And so we worked with the city and came up with, if we could move the trees inboard and separate the bike part and the pedestrian part, it really let us get taller trees while still achieving the fire and life safety issues of the fire department. So this is pretty exciting. Finally, or moving on to the courtyard, our landscape architect has intentionally selected plants that are appropriate for the environment of California, responsible about water use, but also, that'll thrive. We really want this courtyard to be something that is living and to bring more plant life into this neighborhood. And then this is what that courtyard is envisioned like, and this starts to show some of the materials. The brick, sort of evoking an industrial past, but also future. Bringing some terracotta into this porch, which you can see pushing out into the courtyard to further activate that courtyard with upper terraces. The bridge connection that is proposed was originally out at Old County, but working through feedback, we decided to push it back so it wasn't so imposing. And then really thinking about how this courtyard, while it's intended to be a benefit in part to the tenants, we wanted to make a part of it a benefit to the city, and thinking about how does this courtyard hit Old County? Can there be places for people to stop and rest that could offer the shade of trees? Can it have a sense of life and really activate it? And then finally, coming back to the activity hub, one of the things that was really interesting about this site from the outset was the existing bike and pedestrian connection that goes underneath the train tracks. And the corner of Old County and Commercial sits right at that intersection. And the vision plan called this an opportunity for an activity hub. And what is proposed in the project is, from an internal point of view, identifying space for future retail, in the sense of a coffee shop, just to really bring some life for people who will be coming through this as a first place to stop. And from a visual point of view, if you look at the lower right-hand part of this rendering, creating a front porch to kind of further really solidify that connection of an activity hub, a place for people to stop after they have their coffee and may disperse elsewhere. And this rendering also shows several other, great things that we are excited about this project, not just the materiality, but trying to think of different ways we can mass the buildings to make them look more like they're three buildings, intentionally stepping the buildings back as they hit the edges of the site, the tallest buildings in the middle, and intentionally stepping the buildings down, as they hit Commercial and Branston. But also while really turning Old County into, what it could be, which is this great connector along the train tracks, a little bit wider street or sidewalk along the building with trees, and a real vibrant, bike corridor moving through it. And then lastly, one of the other things here is intentionally thinking of the top story being more glassy, just so it feels more light. And although it may be a trick to the eye, it is intentional that the metal parapets are light in color, so they sort of visually disappear. All in all, again, our goal here was to create a project that not only felt like it came from San Carlos and belonged here and was of the site, but really adopted the big moves of the vision plan and really celebrated that. And we're excited about this project, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Garvey, questions to clarify?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to everyone for those excellent presentations. A couple of questions. A lot of dirt is going to be hauled out because you're digging down 2 stories. That's a lot of trucks. A lot of concrete is going to be brought in to pave, get the foundation going. My question, when I drive up and down Branston and Commercial, and I look at many of these businesses, they operate with trucks, they move in and out, and my question is, do you envision any disruption to their business from all of these trucks coming in, or is it do you envision that they'd still be able to operate pretty normally?
This was one of the comments that we kind of heard from GESC was a big sensitivity up to the fact that there's residential neighborhoods, and we had a trucking route that was done by our concrete sub as well as our GC that showed us taking the trucks along Branston and Commercial over to Industrial and out to the freeway, and they had requested, is there any reason why you can't just take it south to Hawley and take it out to the freeway that way? So we ran that by our GC, and that keeps all of our trucking routes in the really, really commercial part of the neighborhood. But construction's disruptive, but we think that we have the ability to really keep all of our activity away from the neighbors.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And speaking of the neighbors, is the closest resident to the northernmost building, and can you comment on whether that was a factor in your making that building only 4 stories and the one that's a little bit further away is the one that went to 5? Or can you add a little clarity to that?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, we basically took the approach early on. We heard from staff that height was going to be a big sensitivity, no matter where you are in the Innovation District area. So we tried to push the massing down from the residential that's to the west as well as the residential to the north. So that's why that northmost building is 4 stories instead of 5. That was a requirement early on from our collaboration with the staff.
Thank you. And my last question relates to the exhaust stacks on the roof. We've heard in past projects some comments about the location of those stacks. Can it be near the center of the building? We've heard about the height of the stacks. And the projects we've seen in the past, the stacks have all come in at about the same height. Can you comment on, if it was in the packet, I missed it, where is the location of the stack on the roof, and is it near the center of the building? And is the height of this stack similar to those other projects that we have reviewed?
Yes, it should be. I mean, what we've done is taken what we think could be the maximum amount of equipment that one of these life science tenants could have, and we've sized the roof screen to screen what would be that maximum. So that kind of threw off, along with our meeting with the GESC, they were like, why is your roof screen so tall? And, if we did lease this to a high-tech tenant, if let's say the biomarket industry in this area doesn't take off, or for some reason we decide to lease this to a tech tenant, we could reduce that roof screen from I think it's a little over 12.6 feet, I think. So we think you have the ability to lower that if the equipment doesn't need it. But the reason it's sized so tall right now is in order to screen those large stacks that you get with a biotech tenant.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions I have for now, Chair.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Garvey. Vice Chair Clemens.
Thank you, Chair. I had just a couple of questions. That actually, on that contiguous use to the north that we're interfacing now with 4 stories instead of 5, is there an image that we can see what that use is today and what it's going to be? I think that was one of the slides. We can go backwards. There was something with a gray mass to the north.
What your question is. So this is an axon, and the use that's directly to the north is on this slide labeled the Minkoff project.
Right.
And it is currently currently a concrete fabrication site and an empty lot. There's an old railroad spur that kind of diagonally cut through this part of the site.
And then to the north further of the Minkoff site is single family?
No, it's another commercial building.
Thank you.
If you come back here, the single family homes start a whole nother block further to the north.
Got it. Thank you. This is helpful, this demarcation. good. So, so the sensitivity to the height there, so can you, again, talk more about why 4 stories there and how that helped alleviate, some concerns from those neighbors? Or is that where that came from? Or was it just a desire to not have it all be too blocky?
It actually was a desire to step the mass down as it went north, because part of it was if you take a little bit bigger step and look to your neighbor, Redwood City, it's a very similar neighborhood. Meaning, like, what I mean by that is it's another industrial area that is all single-story industrial use that, for lack of a better word, there's probably interest in similar changes, what you're seeing here. And to the south, the residential district is much further away to the south. So the closest residential neighbors are really across Old County and to the north. And there really wasn't intentional to step it down. Also, we looked at, and which you can see here, looking at what we have available as to what the potential plans might be for the Alexandria site. We were reacting to that and thinking that our project might, for lack of a better word, step up to that height. We're still trying to stay, within that reasonable, size and scale that's being proposed there. But there was some intention about that. I think that was just when we looked at this first, we thought, like, maybe we should step up to that and step down as we move to the north.
Okay, that's very helpful, thanks. I think my other question is probably a staff question about, well, 2 parts. One, on a logistics note, I think part of our motion tonight is about approving the development agreement. However, I do not see
the development agreement.
But I don't see the development agreement in the packet.
Right,
Am I missing it?
We've summarized the key terms in the staff report, and that was similar to how we've handled past projects, including 405 Industrial.
Okay, yeah, I was expecting a full agreement to review, and I prefer the full agreement to review if we're recommending something to the council, just for future.
Okay, thank you.
I do like summaries, however, too, so. Anyway, thanks for that. So back to the 50-50 split in value for the improvements, is that just a belief? Is that based on some kind of analysis as to why is it not 60-40, one direction or the other? How do you get to 50-50?
Sure. It's how we've handled negotiations with past projects in San Carlos, and also how most communities do it as well. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. And then maybe one more question for the applicant, which is just, you're building the building on spec. Are there any prospects for potential tenants? I see you've obviously sized the parking that really you could be looking at mostly office, and understand the need for flexibility because you're building it, to be later occupied. But are there any prospects for tenancy yet or not yet? Not necessarily.
Unfortunately, no. The state of the real estate market's really challenging right now. We'd love to have a pre-lease, before we build this. But no, we don't have any tenant in tow yet.
Right. Okay. Just wondering. Thank you. That's all I have, Chair.
Great, thank you. And Jeff, as a follow-up, if you don't mind, read from the packet, plan to build south 5-story first with the parking, and then phase 2, the north tower. And what about the street level improvements along Branston and the courtyard? Will they wait until phase 2? Will they both be part of phase 2? Or do you envision getting them substantially done so that they're part of the community sooner? How have you thought about that?
We're happy to share with Lisa and get you guys the phase plan, because I think it's important to see. But basically, the parcel line that splits is right where it jogs, as kind of, if you think of that as an L-shaped parcel when they're all aggregated together, where it doglegs up, that's where it would get drawn. So it builds about 60% of the courtyard, I would say, in phase 1, and it leaves everything that's existing on the existing site to the north as is.
Okay.
So we have there's a little bit of a dropped condition with what's existing there, that we have an easement that allows the fire truck to hammerhead into there and get the access that it needs, because it's not going to be able to do the loop around the whole property. But I would say we're building out a fair amount of the courtyard in that first phase, and we're excavating the parking garage so that there's a wall that basically demolishes and gets connected to when we build the second phase.
Okay, great. Thank you. I think I have a question for Mark. This is the roof footprint as you've envisioned it with, let's say, the maximum mechanical equipment for biolab. What space does it leave for solar?
So if it goes to some heavy R&D or lab use that requires a lot of ventilation, it doesn't leave much. It takes up quite a bit of the roof, all of that equipment. So, I mean, I think that's the answer. I don't have an exact percentage. I'd be happy to get back to you on that if to help.
Well, it's more rather than the percent, it's more the principle. So then what about the top of the screening or the angled face of the roof parapet? Or did you
We haven't looked into that, but that would be, that's something that we absolutely could look into about, is that appropriate and is that available, area that would function for that?
Yeah, I mean, maybe just a comment for staff, and we can come back to it later, but it seems to me that if we're going to be encouraging this, that we really ought to be making sure we don't set up a condition where one of our new signature buildings is not solar capable in the application as envisioned, which is biolab. So
I do just want to jump in and say that even in this scheme that we're looking at, where we do have the maximized equipment, we are providing enough solar to meet the requirements of the city.
Okay.
It's correct, right, Lisa? Yeah.
And you also make a contribution to the sustainability fund.
So we have a PV plan that we can share with you guys.
Well, I guess good, and I need to rely on staff that they've considered whether or not this will be a solar compliant building when done, or if there's a payment in lieu, how that's working. Because again, we're holding everyone else to the standard of solar, even in a planned development, I believe, and I want to make sure that we're
that's correct.
Being even across all projects.
So as indicated, there should be sufficient solar on the roof, but as the roof details have not been finalized yet without that tenant knowledge, we also have in the development agreement a contribution to a green energy sustainability fund. So that's in the event they cannot 100% comply with the solar, the contribution is at almost $500,000.
Okay.
And then that could be used by the city for other solar projects.
That's great.
Thank you.
Thank you. I actually have one more thought, and that was regarding the construction period, and this might be for the CEQA consultant. In the construction period, where it's going to get wet and there will be water flushing through the site and therefore being pulled out, will that water be treated given the history of the location? And therefore, are we going to be confident that we'll be discharging or appropriately treating contaminated water? Water contaminated during the construction.
I'm going to see if we have someone from our team that can answer that. That's on the Zoom. How do they get in?
They should all be allowed to.
Oh, they're just allowed to speak? Okay. Christian, do you think you could speak to that?
Hi, everyone. Could the council member repeat the question?
Yeah, happy to. And here's the context. You're excavating contaminated soil. I think that's great. It'll be disposed in a way of which is appropriate. And during the process, when there is groundwater coming through the soil as you dig or filling up the pit, how will that water be handled so that it is also appropriately treated or disposed of?
So as the project approaches construction, a site management plan is going to be developed that accounts for the proper disposal of the contaminated soil, contaminated groundwater as well. It's something that the GC, general contractor, generally puts together. I can't say as to whether that is already in place or that site management plan has been developed or not, but that is the typical process. In addition, there's erosion control plans put together that protect erosion in streets and collect, intercept runoff and sediment into runoff. And then a SWIP plan that is goes through a State Water Board review to help protect runoff and erosion as well. But the site management plan is going to be the crux of dealing with contaminated soils and water.
Thanks, Christian. And that's something that we have our GC DevCon Construction actively working with our environmental consultant right now to get us a budget for all of this contamination removal and the plan that Christian mentioned.
Okay, great, thank you. I guess the reason for this vein is we worked a good bit in the mitigation plan for contaminated soil to focus on soil, and it seemed a gap on water. So I'm just wondering, why was water and disposal of contaminated, or maybe I just missed it, but contaminated water not also part of the mitigation plan for CEQA?
Yeah, it absolutely is a huge part of our CEQA study, is the groundwater.
I'm sorry, the mitigation plan, I didn't, again, point me to it, but I didn't see it referenced as part of the mitigation plan. And we have to approve that. That's really the only reason I'm kind of poking at it.
So a couple of things. Where the project's intentionally designed to stay out of the water table, but to your point, there is requirements to develop and put in place what we call a SWIP, a stormwater management plan. And that'll have to be developed, as Jeff said, by DevCon and submitted for review and approval as a permit necessary before construction can start. Part of that plan will involve, how do you treat stormwater that potentially is contaminated? It's not something that we have done now, but it's something that it's a permit and review process that's mandated to occur.
Okay, and who in the city is accountable for signing off on that?
The stormwater plan is reviewed by the city engineer. And I know we also have a mitigation measure. I'm just not.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
This is
Rebecca Alls, Lanford Records. If I could jump in.
I love this. Thanks, Rebecca. Go ahead.
Yeah, so mitigation has one. Is the adherence to the site mitigation plan, which is required to be approved through the Regional Water Quality Control Board as well, due to, as you mentioned, the dewatering activities and the potential for contamination with those as well. So that adds an additional layer of agency approval and oversight as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rebecca.
I feel more comfortable with the request in front of us to approve. I think I'm set on questions. Why don't we switch to public comment? Great. Thank you. So let's see. I have two people here, as we mentioned, but let me ask Lynette. Do we have hands raised, Lynette?
Yes, we do.
So how about this? Let's take two callers, then we'll take two of the folks here, and then we'll see who else might be online.
We only have one caller right now. It's Debbie.
Very good. Good evening, Debbie. Welcome. Maybe I'll say in advance, we received your comments and appreciate your taking the time to write them in, and we've also had the opportunity to review the reply from the CEQA consultant. So with that said, you have 2 minutes, please.
Gary, and I'm just wondering if I could just give my time to my wife, which really won't take that much more than 2 minutes, just so she can present what she wants to say in a more concise manner, please.
3 minutes, please.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, planning commissioners, greatly appreciate it. And to the developer, I would like to say that the buildings look beautiful. I love the brick facade and the open space. So I want to start with that. And I was happy to hear of your reputation. It's a family-owned company. But I would like to raise the following comments and ask you to think about some of these things in a voluntary manner rather than what is minimally required. So as all these developments come forward, the community is asking itself, are developers a valuable community partner who embrace sustainability and environmental stewardship? Or do they do the bare minimum under CEQA? And that's important because your building will be using 15 million gallons of water a year, and many times the amount of energy as other uses. And the dewatering for the underground parking structure will increase the risk of damage to roads and other structures. So number one, it would be great if the city could have a recycled water plan in the future, and there are federal funds to do that. Can you speak to whether you would be able to use recycled water if it was available? Because it's our understanding that biosafety labs cannot use recycled water. Number two, underground parking and shallow groundwater and liquefaction. Although you're not next to the creek or in a sea level rise zone, you're putting underground parking there in the liquefaction area is inconsistent with one shoreline guidelines, and it is an area prone to flooding. Number three, biosafety labs. Having one that's a biosafety level 3 lab presents a major environmental danger to the community. If you're not going to plan for those, please let the community know. If you are planning for it, then an EIR should be required. Failure to do this, as other developers have disclosed, shows a lack of transparency, and we're just asking you for the same courtesy as other people provide. Number 4, there's significant potential for affecting nearby structures, including cracking and vertical movement. But your mitigation is to monitor them for cracks and damage after the fact, rather than mitigations that would prevent. That is too late. And then finally, I would ask you to be a developer who's a community partner who responds to public safety and environmental concerns, and not do the bare minimum. Taxpayers fund the infrastructure that supports the millions of square feet of new biosafety labs. And we respectfully request that you maximize, not minimize, your commitment to environmental sustainability and public safety. And once again, thank you to our excellent planners and commissioners for taking the late public comments, responding to them, and always being receptive to the community concerns. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Debbie. Appreciate your comments. Lynette, do we have a next hand raised?
There are no, we have one, David Crabbe.
Thank you. Good evening, David. Good to hear your voice. It's been a long time. And you have 2 minutes, please.
Okay. I want to second all of Debbie's comments. What I'm kind of concerned about is what has been bothering me about this biotech development all along is how come every biotech project that comes along, it's looking at the zoning requires like a 50 or a 60-foot height limit, and they're all asking 75 or 80 feet, and the city just says, oh yeah, sure, fine, give it to them. No other use that comes in like that gets that nice easy pass like that, and I don't understand why the city is doing this for biotech. Second thing is that part of the East Side Vision Plan that the additional height is in the concept of the vision plan. I did follow it, but I don't remember exactly if that was in there or not.
So that's a question. Another question, is this building going to be all electric? It's a question for the developer. And if not, why not? Real simple one here, Sierra Club asked me to ask this one. Is any glass in the building going to be bird safe design? You mentioned bird nesting, but you didn't mention bird safe design in terms of preventing birds running into the building. And let's see, I'm really concerned about, Debbie has already brought it up, 15 million gallons per year of water use in an area that's prone to drought. How does that relate to the water use of a typical office building or a typical residential building of the same size? How much difference is this, and why are we approving such a huge increase in the water use? And so that's my main comments on this. And I hope that the council will eventually ban the BSL-3 and BSL-4 labs. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Let's now turn to our speakers here. Diane Levinson.
Good evening. I'm the president of the Laddie Corporation that owns the two buildings that are to the east of the north building on Branston Road, directly adjacent. And my main concern is for my tenants who have sensitive equipment that they work with and the disruption of dirt and dust that this will cause them. So I would hope that that would be kept as much to a minimum as possible. And the other thing I was kind of curious about is, when is this project sort of, for the other project, we had a date of completion, and I'm just wondering, you know, how this first phase is going to be completed, and then what kind of timeline is there between the second phase? And does the walkway get built with the first phase, or does it get built with the second phase? Just kind of curious things. But I'm excited about the fact that I love biotech ideas and advancements in medicine and whatnot. So it's kind of exciting to think that San Carlos is becoming a bit of a biotech center within Silicon Valley. And I just hope that, you know, it all goes well and there isn't too much disruption. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, Diane. Appreciate those. And we also have Jean Teal. Jean, if you'd like to come on up, the microphone is yours for 2 minutes.
You may have to tell me when the 2 minutes is up. I live in Northwood, in the northeast side in San Carlos, and I am very upset that somehow San Carlos, and I've lived here since my mom and dad bought the house in 1948 when it was first built. It's still our family home. I'm very upset about this takeover of the east side, and I don't feel that I've gotten enough information. I didn't have a computer, now I do, whatever. But what I'm concerned about is who's going to monitor all these companies. I'm going to be surrounded by them by the time they get done. There's going to at least 9 approvals or whatever that's already been approved, and all they're going through this, you know, they go through their little steps to get to the end. But it doesn't seem like I'm represented by anybody. Now, this is the first time I've participated, so I feel welcome. You know, I feel that you're doing your due diligence, and I appreciate the questions you've asked, and I appreciate that. But who's going to monitor? These people are building, they come in from San Francisco, oh yeah, we're going to do this, we're going to do this. I could just, they're just so happy they're going to make lots and lots of money. They're not going to be a part of the community. They're not even trying to be a part of the community. They're building these big buildings that are way overbuilt. They're using up all our resources, and then in the meantime, I forgot what I was going to say. In the meantime, you know, I live in that area, and I don't see any improvement for me. We're just going to have all these buildings all over the place, and nothing's going to happen. Who's going to monitor all these tenants that they're going to have coming in, and they want to have the biotech and everything, all these labs? Who's going to tell them, or who are they going to tell if they don't follow the rules? Because there's not going to be anybody there. San Carlos won't be able to do it. They're behind, a closed door, and they're going to be all over the place. Who's going to monitor if we have any kind of a spill or something that goes out in the air, like Wuhan? That's what I worry about. If we go to the 3 and 4 level, we're screwed. And who's going to know about it until we get sick and die? That's what bothers me the most. I don't see anybody that's worried about that at all. And I have a real problem with people coming into my neighborhood, my part of the city. I noticed that when we were here earlier, you're talking about new buildings and, affordable housing and everything, and how nice it will be for the people. So I live on the east side. What am I getting? I'm getting biotech. It doesn't seem like it's equaling out for me. I'd like to see more housing over there. I like to see little restaurants and stuff like that instead of these huge buildings that you can't even see over. Okay, I'm done.
Thank you, Gene. Thank you very much for your comments. And there'll be an opportunity, so there'll be an opportunity at City Council on the June 26th to also come and express your comments about biosafety. Very good.
I feel like we've been bought and sold.
Do we have any other public comments here in the room? No? And Lynette, are any other hands raised?
There are no more hands raised.
Thank you. Well, I'll move that we close public comment.
I'll second the motion.
Very good.
Commissioner Garvey?
Yes.
Vice Chair Clements? Yes. Chair Iacoponi?
Yes. Very good. Commissioner Garvey, let's say follow-up questions based on public comment and your own perspectives on the project.
Thank you, Chair. Just maybe a request of staff to, one of the commenters talked about concern about construction dust possibly impacting some of their equipment. I recall there are mitigation measures in the negative declaration relating to control of construction dust, and I thought it might be helpful to have those summarized.
That is correct. We do have a mitigation measure to require construction dust to be minimized, and so they'll need to be watering the site and controlling the emissions as well. And that'll be monitored by the building department through the course of construction.
And that includes, before they even start building anything, hauling away dirt and all that?
At the demolition phase,
Okay.
yeah. So in addition to that mitigation measure, the applicant's also required to submit a construction operation plan that shows, where they're going to be parking their storing their equipment, parking the construction vehicles, and fencing off the site and the routes. So that'll be reviewed by the building department. And then prior to demolition, we require them to do a neighborhood notification to let them know, when those major activities are happening and to have a good dialogue with the adjacent property owners and tenants.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Do you want to go through the rest of the commission with other questions, or do you want me to summarize my thoughts, or what's your wish?
Yeah, let's hear from Vice Chair Clements, and I'll put in a question or two, and then we can see where we stand.
Thank you. I wanted to echo a couple of the questions that we heard and one building on it. One question came up at what is the building all electric? And my understanding is yes. And also that there is a photovoltaic plan. It's just not necessarily getting effectuated at the beginning of the property's Is it going to have photovoltaics, or will it not? Because clearly there's a plan if we wanted to do it.
They will have solar panels, and that'll be submitted at the building permit stage.
Perfect, thanks. I wanted to ask an add-on to the question you just answered about construction dust. Is there, and I'm not familiar with this, sorry if it was in the packet somewhere, is there a similar kind of vibration control plan that might be needed? If there's sensitive equipment that's sensitive to dust, I was wondering if it was sensitive to vibrations as well. And so, there's going to be an excavation going on next door. pile driving? No
So there's
pile
no need
driving.
for pile driving, so it's really
Right.
at the building demolition phase, essentially.
Right. Thank you. And then just a final question about the completion dates. Is there a schedule that's anticipated, assuming that these actions go through?
I would say no, and I'm surprised that Alexandria, from my understanding, they don't have a tenant either, but it might be that they're building their project on spec. I don't think that we're going to build this on spec, but I say that, with a really pessimistic market right now. So we're just looking to get our project approved, and we're actively marketing it to try to get a pre-lease. And if the pre-lease was large enough, we could build, the site in one phase. But from what we've heard from the brokerage community is that life science is typically a multi-tenant scenario where your tenant grows into the space that they occupy over time.
Those are the major questions. Thank you, Chair.
Great. Thank you, Vice Chair. There was a question around side yard setback. Or there was a request for a waiver on side yard setback, and I know it's probably not a big thing, but I just don't think I understand it.
Sure, and if I could just add on to Commissioner Clement's question about the timing of the project. In your packet page 218, it describes the development agreement as being a 10-year term. So this approval would be vesting for a 10-year period, that they would have that length of time in order to complete the construction of the project. And then the side yard setback. So when we were working through kind of all the turning radius and everything that was needed to get both projects complete, the Alexandria and this project, we looked at the turning radius for vehicles coming out of Commercial Street, thank you, and then turning north on Old County Road, and that required a little bit of the shifting of the sidewalk and the right-of-way. So that reduced the setback to the building so that we would not reduce the size of the sidewalk. And so it's 2 feet 6 inches rather than 5 feet.
Good, thank you very much. And maybe for well, Lisa, is there any kind of condition for, let's say, pre-construction or regular neighbor update meetings throughout the course? I mean, I'm sure it's a bit of courtesy, but is it a requirement?
So we do require that the developer, the contractor, have a pre-construction meeting with staff. So we sit down with them, we go over this document that has all the mitigation measures, all the conditions of approval, and so planning's there, building's there, and engineering is there before the start of any construction, and then require the notification. But we can, whatever additional outreach. We also require a sign to be posted at the site with the responsible construction manager's contact information.
And I was just being, in some way, responsive to the speaker regarding making sure that the neighbors know what's going to happen, how long it's going to go, how messy it'll be while it's going on.
Yeah, we can certainly work with them. Thank you.
Okay, good, thank you. Yeah, I don't have any, sorry. Very small item, just on packet page 320. There was one item that it looked like it complied, and then it also looked like it was asking for a waiver, and it was the minimum amount of landscaping.
Oh, it does comply.
Okay, just.
Yes.
If you're passing this forward to council, maybe just edit that in.
Oh, I'm sorry, I see the typo in the notes, but if you see the minimum requirement is 10% and they're providing 13.7%.
Yeah.
So that's a typo, it does
I just
comply.
wasn't sure if
Thank
the
you.
columns were switched or the notes were.
Notes is inaccurate.
Good, thanks.
The proposal and requirement are accurate. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Garvey, your thoughts?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to everyone who came this evening and commented. I appreciate all of those comments. One of the things I liked about this project was the lengths to which the project went to meet or support the goals in the city's East Side development plan. For me, what bubbled to the top of the list was really thoughtfully trying to continue to make Old County Road multi-mobile. I really appreciate the lengths that this project is going through to make that happen. But I also liked that, that the company, I think, is really thoughtfully trying to improve environmental stewardship. I didn't mention the transportation demand management plan, but I think it was 10% of the parking spaces are going to be electric vehicle ready. Of course, they're leveraging their great location to encourage the use of many different transit choices that are right nearby. And I appreciated the discussion in the packet about the company implementing energy-saving measures to reduce CO2 emissions and to have that sort of be an ongoing, thoughtful effort from the company. I liked the activity hub, and I liked it because I really thought it would help strengthen that connection to the pedestrian bike tunnel that's right across the street. And so not only will Old County Road be more multimodal, people will use that flashing pedestrian crossing to go downtown. So I thought it was a nice, smooth sort of connection, and I appreciated that that was going to happen. As far as the materials, I did really like the brick. I think from an energy standpoint, it's positive, but I also liked the look of it. And I appreciated the choice of the brick. I think a lot of thought went into that. It's a very attractive design. I didn't say anything about the lighting, but I want to just comment, lighting can act as art. And there's canopy lighting and wall lights and ballard lights, and each one is a little different, but it's all, it's not overdone, it's not too much light, and I thought the choice between the materials and the various types of lighting was very well done. The last thing that I liked is the publicly accessible courtyard. This could have been just for the company, and I appreciate that the company has opened it up and said, you know, if you want to come down here and hang out in the public courtyard, you can do that. And so I appreciated that that was something that was offered, and it's a very attractive design. I'm supportive of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, I had several things I liked about the project. I appreciate the use of the low water plants. I do think that the courtyard with public access is really a high point. I think the design around that also with a stepped back bridge, it actually looks very cozy. I was trying to picture what the design would look like without that bridge, right? And it would just be like a couple of blocks with some space in between and nothing like it is. I actually think it's very well designed and appreciate the public access piece to it. And also, I'm very excited about the Corner Cafe. It's a small space, but it's at a really critical location. And again, giving back to the neighborhood so that there's something that other people can enjoy. And again, the thoughtful, as my colleague said, the thoughtful sidewalk design I think is really smart and looks very, very inviting. And I enjoyed your architecture presentation. I like the materials chosen a lot. And I'm from the East Coast, and I grew up with brick. And I don't like it in a lot of places on the West Coast because it does not look authentic. In this case, I think that it, combined with the kind of vertical screens and the metal on the edge and the glass, there's a lot of texture going on in the choice of materials, and I think the design is very attractive with that top floor kind of stepped back too. So I think it's all very well done. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I know we heard the question about city standards and why do height standards and other standards continue to get surpassed. And I think the answer is in the development agreement because there are benefits that are received by the city in exchange. So it's not just a cost to the city, it's a benefit to the city net. So I appreciate all of the contributions and the uses, even if not voluntary, but still all very good. And one more thing I'll say is that the Sobrato organization has been for many years, decades, outstanding in their support of nonprofits all throughout the Bay Area. And we have history. I could name several examples of, the Sobrato organization stepping up with critically needed funds for affordable housing and community support of nonprofits all over the place. So I really want to commend your organization and thankful that you are here in San Carlos and glad to see this proposal. I'm definitely in support. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and always my colleagues hit all of the points that would have gone through my mind. I think if I were to just make an add, and I always learn so much listening to public comment because it's always so genuine and heartfelt. And one of the things that resonates, and I just want us, maybe city staff can help us with this, as we venture into future development agreements, the more that we can be explicit about how the community benefits are being played back into the East Side area very explicitly, I think creates a sense of balance that maybe the residents of that part of our city don't feel. And, I don't live there, but I am empathetic to the fact that there is going to be a major change in their backyard through many large projects over the next 10 years. And it is their home as well. And so to the extent that what we as a city in total enjoy in the way of community benefit, explicitly noting how it is reinvested back into the East Side, I think is good. It's a win for all of the community. So anyway, that's my soapbox for the evening. But I think it's a very good project. I like the design. I'm aware that the biosafety level is an issue, and the City Council will take our recommendation and do with it, modify it or what have you as they see fit. And aside of that, I'm supportive of your proposal and think it would be a great addition. So with that, I think we have three motions. We need to, do we need to do these, the CEQA first? Yeah,
Absolutely,
okay.
thank you.
Okay, good.
Right.
So Ellen, you want to go ahead?
I'll make the first motion. I move that the Planning and Transportation Commission make the findings outlined in the staff report and adopt the resolution recommending the City Council certify the mitigated negative declaration and adopt the mitigation, monitoring, and reporting plan.
I second the motion.
Commissioner Garvey?
Yes.
Vice Chair Clements?
Yes.
And Chair Iacoponi?
Yes.
I'd be happy to make the second motion.
Please.
I move that the Planning and Transportation Commission make the findings outlined in the staff report and adopt the resolution recommending the City Council adopt the ordinance approving the planned development plan and adopting the zoning map designating the site planned development PD and approve the development agreement.
I'll second.
Commissioner Garvey?
Yes.
Vice Chair Clements?
Yes.
And Chair Iacoponi?
Yes. And then I will move that the Planning Commission approve the design review certificate, tentative parcel map, transportation demand management plan, and grading and dirt haul certificate, subject to the conditions listed in the certificate for the development, I guess as amended here this evening, for the two new research and development buildings totaling 339,170 square foot at 841 Old County Road, with the APNs listed in the staff report for the reasons incorporated in the staff report with the conditions in the code compliance certificate.
I'll second that motion.
Commissioner Garvey?
Yes.
Vice Chair Clements?
Yes.
And Chair Iacoponi?
Yes. Congratulations. Good luck in finding tenants and look forward to the beginning of redevelopment of that part of Old County and the area.
Good luck with interest rates. Thank you.
Okay, so now we get to the, we're now on item 9, new business. And this is the general plan conformity determination for the capital improvement projects which are proposed for fiscal years 2023 to 2025.
And thank you, Chair. I would like to introduce one of our new planners in the Advanced Planning Division. I think that Akanksha, this is your first presentation to the Commission, so welcome. Akanksha Chopra joined us at the end of January, and she's been working very closely and a big partner with the Downtown Specific Plan Project and other long-range planning initiatives. So thank you, Akanksha, for bringing this forward this evening. This is a matter of regular business pursuant to state law, where every time the city adopts a capital improvement program, prior to that, we make sure that the projects that are part of the budget that are getting funds, that they are consistent with the general plan. So it's been a couple of years since we brought this forward, but it is now that time of the year where City Council is poised to act on the next 2-year budget on June 12th. So with that, I will turn it over to Akanksha.
Lisa, good evening, Commissioners.
Good evening.
As Lisa introduced, I'm Akanksha Chopra, Associate Planner with the Advanced Planning Division. The item before you is the General Plan Conformity Determination for the Capital Improvement Program for fiscal years 2023 to 2025. We bring this item before you tonight because the state law requires that the Planning Commission, and in our case, the Planning and Transportation Commission, review the CIP projects to determine their consistency with the general plan. So the staff's recommendation is that the Planning and Transportation Commission adopt a resolution finding the capital improvement program for the fiscal years 2023 to 2024 and 2024 to 2025 in conformance with the City of San Carlos general plan. For some background information, the CIP is a 5-year plan that prioritizes and recommends the funding for the projects throughout the city. We are currently in the 2023 to 2028 cycle. This is a correction from the staff report. This year's budget cycle covers 2 fiscal years, 2023 to 2024 and 24 to 25. The required general plan consistency finding is for these 2 years only. The City Council held a study session on May 5th where they adopted the CIP projects, and these projects have been funded. The formal adoption of the budget will be June 12th, which is next week. Within the CIP, the projects are separated into specific capital project fund accounts. I'll walk through the list of the projects that are included in the 2023-25 CIP, highlighting a few notable ones. The applicable general plan policies, goals, or action items are included in the staff report. You'll see that some of the requests are revised requests for the previously approved or ongoing projects, while others are new requests for the new projects added during this cycle. For the wastewater sewer fund, the revised request is for the annual sewer system rehab program. And for the new request, we have 5 projects. One of the most notable ones would be the sewer model update, which will assist in identifying capacity issues and infrastructure improvements, which is especially critical given the flooding events we've had recently. Moving on to the gas tax fund, the revised requests include the annual street resurfacing, annual traffic marking and striping, and annual sidewalk repair and reconstruction. Next, we move to the general fund capital projects fund. This fund accounts for general capital improvements and replacements, including building construction, technology, and other infrastructure improvements. The projects under this fund are divided into 7 subcategories. These include the storm drainage system, streets and sidewalks, and 5 other categories will be covered in the forthcoming slides. Under the storm drainage system, the revised requests include the annual storm drain improvements at a number of locations and storm channel sediment removal. For the streets and sidewalks, the revised requests include 2 projects related to Safe Routes to School program and Britain Avenue sidewalk improvements. The new requests include the San Carlos Avenue pedestrian safety improvement. Continued under the general plan capital project funds, the traffic and transit projects, there is 1 revised request related to traffic circle and mid-block crossing work at number of intersections. For the parks and recreation CIPs, there are a number of new requests. Many of these are related to the Big Canyon Park landslide repairs. Some of the other notable ones include the funding for the San Carlos Centennial Celebration for celebrating 100 years of our city's incorporation in 2025. Then moving to the planning projects, the revised requests include the downtown renovation plan implementation, which will include the conceptual planning, design, and construction of various improvements downtown. The new requests include the 2030 general plan amendment to reset the build-out numbers for commercial office and industrial uses to 2030. The second new request is related to general plan open space element update. Moving on to the facility, technology, and equipment, we have 1 revised request related to the Wheeler Plaza, garage lighting, extra lighting, painting, and EV stations. Then we have a number of new requests under this category. Some of the more notable ones include the Industrial Arts District pole banners and EV charging stations in the city facility. Under the other category, we have 1 new request, which will be the greenhouse gas in lieu fee study. This concludes the general fund capital projects fund. The next fund is the child care fund, and under this, we have 3 new requests. These include the new child care facility development, child care space reimbursement, and family and commercial daycare grant program. Moving on to the Park in Lieu Fund, we have 1 revised request for Burton Park maintenance and a few new requests. One of these includes the Park Master Plan, which will provide recommendations for the improvements of park and recreation facilities, and trail improvements and expansion, which will be in the Eaton and the Big Canyon parks. Under the Housing Fund, we have 1 revised request for Cherry Street below market rate housing. And we have 2 new requests, which include the 817 Walnut Oven installation and affordable housing site acquisition and construction. So this concludes the list of the CIP projects which have requests for revised funding or the new projects. And on this slide, we have the staff's recommended motion. Thank you. And we're here for any questions.
Very good, thank you. Commissioner Garvey.
Thank you, Chair. Just a comment, what bubbled to the top of the list for me was, I think, one of the first ones you talked about, which was the sewer model update. In light of the recent storms, so many of these new projects are related to that, and being able to identify capacity issues with the sewer is a priority. We had probably no idea as a city that we would need the capacity that we should have had in March. And I know that many systems were just simply physically overwhelmed. So this seems a very prudent next step. I don't have any other questions or comments. Thank you.
Sorry, Vice Chair Clements.
I don't want to presume to speak
go,
out of turn.
please.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, when I saw the sewer model update, I immediately thought of the housing element and the additional development that our community will be experiencing, hopefully over the next few years, and thought this was an excellent time to figure out some capacity. I had a couple of questions. I don't expect you to be an expert on all of these programs, but just thought I would ask, what is the greenhouse gas in lieu fee study? Do you know?
don't have?
Yes, I'll go ahead and try to, well, I can respond to that. I don't know if I can answer it, but as an attachment to the staff report, and maybe Akanksha, we can help point the commission to the correct page, but there is a description actually, I don't know how this happened, but I turned right to the page I wanted. So this is on packet page 433. It's almost to the end. And in the description, it reads that the purpose of this is to establish a fund for professional services to conduct a study that needed to create a greenhouse gas in lieu fee for commercial development exempted from the city's all-electric REACH code. And this looks like it stems from perhaps the CMAP, the CMAP goals for 2030 and 2050 and the requirement for all electric buildings. But in the event where projects are unable to do that for various reasons, the city looks like it wants to desire a process where they could, pay an in lieu fee where those fees can go towards other efforts related to greenhouse gas reduction. But if and I would follow that by saying that if there's any items that stand out where you would like to learn more, we can definitely bring those back as informational items on the agenda following the summer recess.
Thank you, Lisa. I had just another quick question. The conceptual design of a community center, it looks like this study would look at different ideas, different locations, different, needs and wants. Do you happen, so this is a strategic plan objective. I was just wondering kind of where this came from, but perhaps you don't know, so that's okay.
It came, if it's a strategic plan objective, it probably came out of the City Council's discussion during their annual strategic retreat. And my understanding would be that due to all of the development happening now in the city and the development agreements being made and community benefits being received, that we can start to look at, the potential for what that would look like and start programming it while a site would need to be identified. But I think it's was an important strategic goal of the City Council to start looking at that and putting some effort towards it.
Great. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Great. A couple for me. In packet page 393, the annual sewer system rehabilitation program, what I noticed was that there is a 33% increase in the funding in future years. So I'm sure maybe the core question is, what have we learned in the work done so far to merit going from 30 million to 40 million? Or is it just placeholders? Because I would have thought that we wouldn't have gotten to this point in rehabilitating and be 1/3 off on our budget.
I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to answer that. That would have to come from, it looks like our city engineer, Grace Lee. I think what we are charged here primarily is to find that the type of work is consistent with the general plan. But I could ask our city engineer to provide follow-up via correspondence to the commission to get some
that would
background.
absolutely be fine. And probably these couple of other questions are in the same, maybe higher level. I didn't see anything that would cause me to hesitate to support that these are compliant with the general plan. Can I just also note on this one page,
yes,
it says that this is a child care objective. This is probably just a typo. If you look,
thank you for that. We'll make sure to inform finance so they can put that under the right location.
And there's actually one other, let me just point out, on packet page 402, storm drain improvements. It's probably not packet page 402. It says child care as well.
Oh, yeah, that's the right page, yeah.
The only other substantive question that I have is, and again, maybe this is just for information, packet page 398, there's a Sewer Capacity Assurance Improvements Program. And it's around the model, but this is like a $9.5 million model. So I don't think a model is $9.5 million. Again, maybe it's just the nomenclature on the page, not a big deal, but if this is going to city council to fund, maybe clarifying what this is $9.5 million is really going for might be useful.
That's a good point. Thank you very much. We will make sure to pass these comments forward to our finance division.
Great. No other input for me, and I'll make the motion if you guys are okay. Yeah. I move that the Planning and Transportation Commission adopt a resolution finding the capital improvement program for fiscal years 2023 to 2024 and 2024 to 2025 is in conformance with the City of San Carlos's general plan based on the findings and for the reasons incorporated in the staff report.
I will second that.
Commissioner Garvey?
Yes.
Vice Chair Clements?
Yes.
And Chair Iacoponi?
Yes.
Thank you so much, Commissioners, and have a good rest of the evening.
Thank you.
You
And
too.
you the same, and welcome. Next item on our agenda, 10, correspondence, reports, correspondence, and general information. A, report on city council action. Staff?
None this evening.
Okay, very good. Fellow commissioners, B, Planning and Transportation Commission comments or reports? None for me. Thank you. 10C, correspondence.
None other than was previously submitted earlier this afternoon.
Very good. And 10D, planning staff comments, reports, and updates of current projects.
Yes, just a couple of things this evening, schedule-wise, and what's coming forward on the commission's agenda. So the next regular scheduled meeting of the commission will be on Monday, June 19th, and there are 6 items in queue for that agenda. We have, just very briefly, a declaration for the summer recess. As a reminder, we are looking for the Planning and Transportation Commission to follow City Council suit in taking a recess for the full month of July, so no meetings in July. So we'll have a declaration for that. And then officially, we will move on to a public hearing item for single-family objective design standards. This will come back to the Commission for a formal recommendation to the City Council on June 19th. We also have 642 Quarry, which was previously on the agenda but is now ready to come forward. And we have 1532 School Street, which is a request for an exception to the creek setback in a residential area. And then last, we have 2 general plan conformity items. So that concludes the agenda for June 19th. I also wanted to make an announcement that in the recent past, we had scheduled a special meeting on Tuesday, June 27th. So communication was transmitted to the commission about that cancellation. That'll likely come forward in the month of August, but for anybody watching who might have been put that on their calendar, that special meeting on June 27th has been canceled. And again, this was to talk about development standards for mixed use and multifamily projects. So we'll do that later in August. July, there will be a recess. I already mentioned that. And then on August 7th, we will return for our next meeting. I don't have any agenda items on the queue yet, but I'm sure there's certain to be some. And with that, I don't have any other reports for this evening.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. And with that, our meeting this evening is adjourned.
Good night, everyone.
Thanks, Greg.